Good evening, Series Crew. Vitamin Pilot Extraordinary is Windfall. Ready for takeoff. Happy Tuesday, one. Welcome in. Happy Tuesday, Brackos. Welcome in. Hi, hi. Perfect timing, by the way. Series Crew, we're back. It is, I was about to say the day, as if that's a thing that I've typically done, but it's Tuesday, August 18th, and we are back to play some more Arknights. Specifically, we're going to be doing more of the event crossing. This time, however, instead of doing the stages as we did yesterday, where we cleared every single stage on this, including the challenge mode, to get a lot of little cork stoppers here and to go and clear out little bits of the store, but we still have a lot to go technically. I could actually buy out probably a decent chunk right now. Should probably do that right now while I explain this. But our goal today now, instead of gameplay, is the exact opposite, or the exact same depending on what kind of gamer you are. But today we are going to be reading, because today is the day that we go through the entirety of Crossing's story, or at least I hope so. It's only 6 bits, and we have, 3.5 hours, give or take. So it'd be insane if this took 3.5 hours, but I know who I am and I know what Arknights is, and neither of those things leads themselves to having a short runtime necessarily. So buckle up, kids. It's gonna be we might be in for a long one. Oh, show up exactly when I think about it. Bracos is never early nor late. They are always on time, I think. I'm probably misremembering that quote verbatim, but that's a Gandalf right there. Yeah, I don't think there's anything else for anyone that somehow is here now but was not here yesterday. We got Bologna. We immediately bumped him all the way up. He is no Chongye. I think Chongye is inherently the better of the two, but he's very fun and he's very cool and he's very thematic and he's very fitting for the squads that I like to run, so I like it. Plus, he might have utility in the grander team, even if he himself is not a one-man army. So our goal today is to read Crossing. If somehow we have more time left over at the end, which I am not planning for, but just in case, I also found out new Annihilation this week. I apparently did not, unless it switched over today. I think we switched over on Monday when, the Annihilation Weekly resets, but apparently I have not done Annihilation all week, if that's the case. Because I didn't know new Annihilation, so we'd probably want to do this if we have time left over, or if we have a lot of time left over, IS5, but I ain't hold my breath for that long. I am my own time zone. Dude. I'm trying to think of a good, joke or a bit off that, but all I can think about is, one of the, you're one of those countries where you have your own specific time zone that's, off by, 30 minutes for whatever reason. I should at some point look a little bit more into that and see why they're off by, 30 minutes or 45 minutes or the weirder things like that. A YouTube video popped on my feed a week or two ago, I want to say at this point, about the international dateline, which was kind of it's a very little interesting, you watch while you're eating, kind of time filler slash infotational content, which was all just about the fact that the international dateline, very nicely in a way, the UK is where the Prime Meridian, I believe is the term for it, is, which is everything is based off of that time. That's what UTC is. And so the international dateline is just the spot opposite the UK. And pretty luckily, in a way, that goes through the majority of the Pacific Ocean, which is just a giant area where there is effectively nothing there. But effectively is the key word there. If you ever look at the international dateline, it's not a straight line. It obviously twists and turns. There's a really clear one where it kinks around Russia's peninsula and Alaska up in the north. Then it goes down for a bit. Then it gets really kinky around Australia, New Zealand. There are a few islands. There are a few Pacific islands there that it has to bend around, and then it goes back to being down. And the video was just talking about how certain things changed over time. The most interesting one to me was, I didn't know this, but the Philippines were on, because they used to be their biggest trading partner was Mexico via colonial Spain, I believe. They used to be on the other side of the international dateline. They used to be on the same day as Mexico, which meant the international dateline, assuming this is a map of the world and this is Pacific centered, it'd be and then it would, and then it would, it would go insanely far off to go get that. But then after the collapse of the colonial Spanish Empire, the distancing of relationships between the Philippines and Mexico, it obviously was like, hold on, why would I want to be on that side of the timeline when like China and Vietnam and like Indonesia are right here? Should probably go back to the other side. That was the one that I didn't know. And then it talked about like how a bunch of different islands used to be like, okay, we're gonna be on like the British side or like the American side, but then like as time's gone on, they shifted over to the other side of the date line because they want to be closer to Australia and New Zealand, their actual trading partners. That could be you though, is what I'm saying. You could be a Pacific island. Your own entire Pacific island. All you have to do is put your mind to it. Just like Bologna and the rest of the Syracusan operators put their mind to it when they come to the red wine murder. Shall we? I, of course, by the way, I'm drinking today a nice green tea. This is my Japanese green tea, which I always say tastes like seaweed or smells like seaweed. I put some lemon in it though, so hopefully we'll I don't know what it will do to the flavor. Let's find out. Ah. It's like a... No, it still just tastes like seaweed. It tastes like nori. I had sushi yesterday, and it's like I'm drinking sushi rice right now. The lemon like does nothing. Maybe I didn't add enough, but it's just like, why is it so salty? It's a unique flavor, at the very least. Now then. Oh, this music hits, by the way. Hey, you hear something? It's a busy street. It's all something. What I'm more worried about is this smell. The goods got all packed up and stashed in the cellar. Shouldn't be any smell at all. Well, if you find anything loose, I could go for a taste. Don't even think about it. They say this stuff's the cream of the crop. But that scent is making me want to quit this job. You want to quit working, or want to quit work here? What's the difference? Either way, we're stuck roaming the street, keeping watch and hoping nobody will come looking for trouble. That red paint from last night ain't washing out. Once we get paid, I'm buying a new coat for my ride. Sue yourself. I'm saving my share. Company's gonna need more guys for later. Oh, I forget. They left, what business are they in right now? They're in Windfall, and I think they're trying to, like, not necessarily go straight, but they're in some kind of business right now. What's with the look? For some reason, I want to think they're, like, running a cake shop, but that might just be my own, like, fantasy going on. Windfall really is a goddamn miracle. Turn a Sicilian like you into a responsible businessman. This fat Casimian pays way more than Antonio ever did, right? They're working for someone else. Okay. How was I supposed to know running a That's it. They took through Lapland and her taxi gimmick that was in I Portador de Velucci. They are working with the taxi company. How was I supposed to know running a taxi company had all these costs? Even driving a taxi a lot more exciting than patrolling this street, though. What kind of dipshit with too much time in his hands would try to mess up this red wine championship anyway? I got nothing. Forget about it. We're done with this street. Let's head back to the theater. You know, why'd the Casimian come to us with this event security job anyway? Beats me. Maybe a referral from some kind soul. Oh, this is the opera house that they used for Il Siciliano. And it might have been used for other things, but I know it from Il Siciliano first. Ladies and gentlemen, if I may occupy a moment of your time. The lighting in the theater is almost a little too bright, as if trying to light up every face in the building. A well-dressed businessman stands in the center of the stage, lightly tapping the glass of red wine in his hand. The crisp note is not loud, but it still gets the guests to quiet down. I know you're all looking forward to the wine and the music and to moments ahead that will be worth remembering. But we'll get to that. First, I'd like to say a few words. Hosting the Red Wine Championship here in this city means so much to us. Nuovo Volsini is a promise of order, and ever since we selected this place for our competition, that promise has been proven beyond doubt. Wine takes time, and time demands stability. The Casimiran businessman continues on once the applause dies down. He talks of the year of the vintage, how it was made, and of course, inter-city cooperation and logistics systems. Every word falls into place, with nary a syllable wasted. Naturally, without the support of Nuovo Volsini City Hall, this championship might never have come together so quickly. It's our honor to be working with you, Mayor Bologna. Nuovo Volsini welcomes all foreign partners, willing to abide by our city's laws. So long as you're here to do respectable business, nothing will stand in your way. Of course, of course. I'm not here to flatter you. In Nuovo Volsini, I have no fear of the familia trying to get a hand in my business. No need to search for any hidden meanings in the deals I sign. Such clarity in business is truly priceless. It sounds like you have a very positive opinion on our city. Exactly. That is why we wish to bring the finest wines here, alongside some much-needed cooperation. In that case, we find ourselves honored. We're still waiting here. When are we getting started? Yeah, I want to see how good Casimiran wine really is. A few rude voices force their way out of the crowd and begin to spread throughout the audience. But under the bright lights, the businessman's face shows no signs of displeasure. I suppose I've droned on too long and tested our guests' patience. Then, I would like to invite Nuovo Volsini's famed orchestra to the stage. Their performance shall serve as the opening ceremony for the championship finales. As the lights dim, Zarek takes the opportunity to accompany Liantuzo off the stage to appreciate the performance from some nearby corner. Liantuzo, however, does not look to the stage. With no glaring lights to blind him, he can see the man calmly walking up to him. Joseph Plammy, welcome on in. I know, I think they added that within the last, couple of months, because that's... First stream anniversary is something very new, and it's not... It is arguably even less important to me than my affiliate anniversary is. Mi dispiace. My associates aren't used to this sort of thing, so they got a little excited. It's fine. There'll probably be plenty more events like this coming to Nuovo Volsini. Guess I'd better teach them to behave soon, then. And who might this gentleman be? Signore Dimitri Bellone, a local wine merchant, also participating in the competition. Huh! Your reputation precedes you. The young, promising head of Saluzzo Vino. A pleasure. Though there's one thing I've been meaning to ask. Everyone is here tonight for the tasting session, right? Of course, of course. The question of a wine's quality is ultimately answered by the tongue. Good. I was worried this championship would be decided by whose background was cleaner or who had the nicer story to tell. The story behind a wine is important, but if the wine cannot stand on its own 2 feet, then even the prettiest words will not prop it up for long. You're right. I'm sure the victor will be crowned based solely on its flavor. It sounds like you won't be disappointed, even if your wine doesn't make it to the finals. You're a funny man, Mayor Ballone. You look the very picture of a businessman now. Were you hoping I wouldn't be? I've heard Casimirians have great faith in fair competition. I'm eager to see it for myself tonight. But I have the feeling the real results will make themselves known very quickly. Sounds like I have something to look forward to. To witness a fair competition in Nuova Vocini. A city no longer bound by the old rules. Why, that's the entire reason we're here. I love the music. Hey, you hear something? Yo, so Stereo, welcome in. Hi. Was beyond on VB? V-Box? And just got through Vec 11. Oh, Vector Breakthrough, thank you. And got through Vec 11 buffless without much issue. Hoping Vec 12 isn't vertically difficult spike like last time. Good luck. Good luck, Wisteria. You hear something? You asked me that when we were heading out the door. What could be making noise down the cellar? Unless it's someone stealing wine. Is all the wine they got from the competition? Just this one row? Yeah. I guess the guests get to drink the entries once it's over. Have to be missing a few screws to try and steal some right now. So, can we drink some? Yeah, sure, let me pour you a glass. Of course we can, idiota! Shame. You said you wanted to try some, right? You pour yourself a glass? I won't snitch. They were talking about red paint, and now this is probably a red wine. Like, I'm imagining something... It could be an actual murder, or I can also see something with between the red paint and the red wine, like the appearance of a murder, but they're not actually dead. But that would have to get like a little even sillier than Arknights typically is to like be like, he's dead, and then not check for like something that actually like killed him. Either that, or it might be the opposite where they think like, oh, it's just wine. It's like, no, that's not wine, that's blood. And then it's like, oh. Or it might just be a red herring entirely. As soon as the words leave his mouth, footsteps ring out from between some shelves around the corner. That's that. No, not Lithanians. A Caprine with a hood obscuring his face lowers his head as he walks through the shelves, heading for the stairs leading up. Soon enough, he has left the cellar. He's gone. Probably didn't hear us. From that distance, he wouldn't have even seen us. Longhorns like that, gotta be a Caprine. I figure he's with the orchestra. Why would an orchestra guy be down here at a time like this? Be going on in a minute, right? Maybe he's just calming his nerves. You got your own dicks, you know? Every time you're holding your piece, you keep scratching at the safety with your nail. Sada, I ain't done that in years. Yamino shuts up the moment he hears more agitated footsteps. It's the new girl. Another Caprine appears from the shadows, following the echoing footsteps of the orchestra member from earlier. She, too, quickly leaves the cellar. This time, both Capone and Gambino saw suspicion on the blonde girl's face. Hey, I know that ragazza. She's the daughter of the lady who runs the orchestra. Gave me my security pass. When was the last time I saw this many Caprine in Siracusa? I figure the whole orchestra is from Lithanian. What? You gonna say something like, just like the Sicilians? Nah. Was just thinking how Nuovo scene's getting too crowded. Caranta, Caprine. Hell, if I come across an Eggy on the street, I wouldn't even bat an eye anymore. I'm hoping for a few strange-looking passengers through the door. I'm hoping for fewer strange-looking passengers through the door. Let's do one more lap around the cellar. Formers ought to be starting up there. I think I mentioned every single time they have come up, but I love these two. They're just goons. They're just classic, they're just classic perfect goons. The orchestra takes the stage, and the lights dim once more. Hey, this is the background music. The strings begin with restrained, gentle tones. Soon they are joined by the woodwinds. Though the melody can hardly be called brash, it serves as a vector to reveal the notes in their most perfect forms. The audience lift their glasses, slowly swaying them along to the music. Leon Tuzo sits in the front row, watching his neighbor, Dimitri, refuse yet another glass of red wine from an attendant. Yo, what's up, Spare Parts? Welcome in. Hi, hi. Aeon, welcome in. Hi, hi. Spare Parts, you want some of this? I didn't think so. It kind of tastes... It's really salty, Spare Parts. I don't know how. It's kind of good, though. It's weird. Also, I wonder if Dimitri's, like, poisoned some wine or something like that. And also, more importantly, do you think hitting space here will do anything? Do you think hitting enter will do anything? F, X, Z, Control, Q, W, E, ASD? No. I was really hoping that, like, a button here I could use to, like, go through dialogue without having to click. I don't think so, which is sad. Can I have some wine, but I can summon emotional support cat? That's probably a good thing. Dude, Aeon, I don't know, or anyone else, Service Crew, I don't know if you guys know this. Is it messed up that red wine's not the good one? I might be wrong on this, and I think I bring it up every time we talk about wine, but, like, in my head, white wine should be, like, dry, and red wine should be, like, fruity. And it's the exact opposite. Every single time I try white wine, or every single time I try red wine, I'm like, this kind of sucks. And of course, I'm drinking it, like, on its own. I'm not, like, having it with, like, a nice steak or something like that, which I think is what the appropriate use of a red wine is. Whereas, like, white wines are, like, for fish, if I'm not mistaken. But, like, it's messed up. Red wine looks so much more delicious, but white wine actually is more delicious. And that's just, like, what are you doing, man? You come to a wine tasting and don't taste the wine. I just don't have an appreciation for the smell of that Casimir red wine. You got here earlier than I expected. Give us a harmonica, welcome in. Hi, hi. And thank you, harmonica. I mentioned it to Blamey earlier, but, like, I appreciate it. And somehow it has even less significance to me than my affiliate anniversary. But I appreciate it nonetheless, thank you. I now know to turn it off for next year, though. Because apparently you cannot turn that off when it is the day of the event. Have opinions, so I will not say anything? I got it. I got you. I was invited, so I'm not allowed to drop by at the last second. Otherwise, it'll look like I'm back to my old habits. Aren't you in the same situation, Merbalone? Whenever you say old habits, it always makes you feel like you're bragging about the progress you've made. I'll take that as a compliment. You know me. I was never any good at picking out the condemnations between the praise. Leon Tuzo does not answer. He simply turns his head away from the stage and back toward Dimitri, his eyes falling on the bow tie around his neck. It's been too long since they last met. He's not sure just how much of a Dimitri's current business-like demeanor is sincere. You look like a real businessman today, Dimitri. Not to your liking? There are a lot of things to my liking, but that doesn't mean I'm not worried. What about Nuovo Volsini? Is it going the way you hoped it would? Worried about the city and the people who scurry around it? It's growing as I expected. You're the same as you ever were. You talk about order, but your eyes are fixed on the people. Heh, my hands are clean. What? Scared I'm going to take something away from you? What scares me is you treating the city like your kitchen table. Give it a flip and everything on top will come crashing down to the ground. Then you'd better watch me closely, Leon. The closer you stick to me, the harder it'll be for me to mess up. The Casimiran businessman beside them is clearly in a good mood. He stands up as the performance ends, lightly applauding as he signals the attendants to prepare the next step. I have to say, I love how you Nuovo Volsinis know when to applaud and when to stay quiet. I feel like this is the first time I've seen the, like, adjective form. I don't know what this is called when you, like, the nationality form of this. I kind of like it.
It's a rare thing. Most places, people make a ruckus when they should be silent and stay quiet when they should be clapping up a storm. I'd like to thank the orchestra for their marvelous performance. I'd also like to invite tonight's judge to come and witness our competition. A musician from Lithuania and a guest of this fair city, Frau Paula. As a woman unaffiliated with any wine dealer or familia, I think there's no one more suited for the job.
This is going to be the wolf lady? The conductor on the stage gives a graceful nod to the audience, before being guided by an attendant to the table of red wines at the front. Oh no, okay. Buonasera, everyone. I know only how to play music and conduct an orchestra, so I'm not very good at offering praise or pretty descriptions, but since I'm judging the finals, I promise I will sample them all with care. Then say what I feel as I drink them, truthfully.
That's exactly why we chose you. Pretty descriptions? No. What we need are honest assessments.
He lifts his hand, beckoning the attendants to fill 3 wine glasses from 3 decanters.
Now then, let's begin. The 3 finalists will come from different wineries and different terriers.
I don't know winemaking.
And they each have their own ambitions. The rules are simple. No looking at the labels, no listening to any stories, just pure flavor. If you will, Frau Paula.
The tall musician nods, a serious look on her face as she lifts the first glass. She sniffs, sips, swallows, and stops. The first glass sticks strictly to the standard. The aroma is unassertive. It does not rush the mouth. The fruity flavor is front-loaded and quickly restrained. You can tell that it avoids making any mistakes, not letting any one flavor linger for too long. All in all, a harmonious package. This is a wine I could offer to guests without worry. It sounds like it's good, but it sounds like it's actually not like anything to actually write home about. It feels like a very inoffensive wine from that description. Interesting. The second glass is very much like the locals. The alcohol makes itself known quickly, but not in an irritating way and without any sharp sensations. It's a little bold when entering the mouth, with a direct sourness, the type that wouldn't ask for your opinion beforehand. It is the third glass that Paola savors the slowest. She takes a sip, but does not immediately swallow, letting the red wine linger on the tip of her tongue for a moment. The third glass. There's no brashness at the beginning, but the layering and the structure are very clear. It's not a crowd-pleasing sort of wine. It's as if it doesn't care if you enjoy it or not. It's not going to try and win you over. It knows its own path and it'll walk it to the end. It has attitude. An attitude that I happen to like. Zarek turns to the audience and raises his hand, as if he were already standing atop the podium.
Now, Frau Paula, if you would pick which of the 3 glasses you believe is most worth remembering.
The third, naturally. Zarek is practically already reaching out for the bottle behind the third glass. His voice is more excited than before, but he maintains his composure.
Well, I think we all heard her. This wine is...
You'd best check the label again. Otherwise, things might end up rather embarrassing for you.
Pardon?
Zarek freezes. He slowly looks down at the bottle. The moment he gets a clear look at the label, the smile on his face dies. Oh, wait. Zarek was presumably part of this, and I assume one of those wines was a Casimiran wine, and he was probably really excited to be like, a Casimiran wine won this. But I think Bologna knows that that was his one at the very end. And also, before it pops off, I would like to say, I wonder if we're getting some Austrian wine poisoning vibes from this event. That'd be really cool. I know a little bit about that through the Down the Rabbit Hole video, and so that'd be kind of a neat little event, I think. Like if they were adding something to the wine to like make it sweeter, and that was like causing people to get ill in this event, and that's like what the entire event is about. And it's just about like maybe there's like 1 or 2 murders, but like generally speaking, it's about like the clerical work behind like how did this come to be and why is everyone doing this now? But only for a moment so short that almost nobody can react. Once it passes, his rictus grin is plastered back onto his face.
It seems that my first surprise arrived earlier than I expected.
Like you said, no leaning on stories, just the wine itself.
I really must wonder, though. How did a bottle of Golden Prairie transform into a wine that isn't on the list of finalists?
Ah. Oh? I guess even Kazmira's legendary business management systems aren't free from little mistakes like registration errors.
Yes, just a little mistake. Let's all give a warm round of applause to the winner, Saluzzo Vino. Your wine has earned our most stringent, yet most objective praise.
Grazie mille. I'm glad the words fair competition still apply tonight. It's a good thing for everyone involved.
A good thing indeed. If the winner were always predetermined, then business would be dreadfully boring. And the very reason I came to New Volsini was to get away from boring business. Let us toast to the champion, a local winery, and to this fair city.
Salute. The attendants begin refilling the guests' glasses. Applause rings out once more, more enthusiastic than before. Applause that includes Leontuzo's clapping. Not going to toast me, Leon? You know my palate isn't as refined as yours. Won't you introduce your winning wine before the toast? If you insist. This isn't a wine that needs much introduction. It's not trying to impress anyone, or to prove anything with the first sip. It's most suited for when the dinner table's almost cleared out, and most things we're saying have been said. But you're not quite ready to leave yet. And that's when you notice there's still a glass of this left. It will be your final safeguard, making sure your words don't spill out onto the floor. It will remind you of the past, make it easier to reach an agreement. If you think this is exactly the one you need, then it's already done the job. This wine has some grand ambitions. So it does. It's just like what Fra Paula just said. It follows the path of its choosing, without caring whether you like it or not. Since it chose this road, I've got nothing to say about whether I like it. Dimitri smiles but does not answer. He simply raises his glass, giving it a gentle clink against Leontuzo's. Before the clink can fade away, a light, incongruent cough makes itself heard from the other side of the stage. Uh-oh, here it is. Paola's hand stops in midair, the glass between her fingers trembling ever so slightly, as the wine leaves irregular streaks on the glass. Sorry. She wants to finish speaking, but all her subconscious lets her do is steady her breathing. Her second cough comes out sharp. She tries to lower her voice, but she cannot cover it up completely. The blonde girl who is always by her side is the first to notice the look on her face. Paola lifts her hand to prop herself up against the table, but she can no longer stand steady. The glass falls from her hand, letting out a muffled thump as it falls onto the carpet. She falls forward, her body unable to support itself. Some cry out, some rise to their feet, and some reflexively take a step back. Before the attendants can rush to the scene, she is already collapsed by the table, no longer breathing, her lips taking on an odd hue under the lights. Yeah, she got poisoned. The blonde girl babbles things like, "Paula," and "help her." The smile instantly disappears from Dimitri's face. Zarek stays standing, but does not speak. With the flash of chaos now over, the theater sinks into a surreal silence. Moments ago, they were toasting things like fairness, dignity, and victory. But now, nobody reaches for the wine on the table. The disturbance did not last long. Thanks to the mayor and some municipal staff among the attendees, the situation is quickly reined in. Many people simply stand there, unsure if they should move closer or leave. Please, remain calm, everyone. The medics are already on their way. Before we clean up, I would like to ask you all to work with our security staff and not act on your own.
Mayor Baloney, I must emphasize to both you and our guests that the wines underwent a strict auditing process. None of us wish to see anything like this happen. But we cannot allow rumors to spread.
Leontusa stands to the side. He does not answer immediately. He looks at the table the attendants have moved away from the rest, and then at Dimitri, who still stands in the same spot. Dimitri says nothing. He does not approach nor back away. He gently puts the wine glass he is holding down, which lets out the lightest of clinks as its foot meets the table. The noise prompts Zarek to continue.
Something unexpected happened at the wine tasting. The label on the wine bottle does not match our registry. I don't believe this is an act of malice, but under the present circumstances, anything outside the standard process needs a clear explanation.
The crowd's gazes wash over the scene like a wave, before inevitably landing on Dimitri. If you're waiting for me to explain, then I'm afraid I'll have to disappoint. I'm as shocked as anyone else here that something like this could happen. As for the bottle of wine, I was only responsible for its flavor and getting it to the theater on time. Anything else is none of my business.
You are the young promising head of the winery, but also the young promising head of a gang, aren't you? You might be uninvolved, but you have plenty of minions to get involved for you.
They 100% want to use the word goon here. Maybe not him. He's not Italian, but like, I feel like this got ruined. Also, what's up, Umi? Welcome in. Hi.
According to many eyewitnesses, Frau Paula suddenly fell to the ground after taking another drink from the bottle of Saluzzo Vino Red that mysteriously appeared. What sort of grudge was there between you two that led to this? Was it not enough that your wine won my championship? Did you want to ruin my business as well? Or do your familia bosses not have their feuds and conspiracies in which you trample over us ordinary folk?
Signore Zarek, we do not know all the facts yet. Novo Volsini has its own procedures, and this incident will be investigated accordingly. Since it was a public incident, the police will be involved. Before they announce their results, nobody, neither individual nor body corporate, should be making premature statements.
Naturally, of course. We also hope the truth will come to light quickly. Otherwise, people will lose trust in Casimir and Reds. Perhaps even local Novo Volsini's Reds as well.
Yeah, dude. My evening is going really well, Umi. Tonight we're going to be reading the Arknights event Crossing, the one that we were playing yesterday, which is, you know, has everyone's favorite Baloney. It has a lot of my other favorite characters, and has Zarek, who I think is clearly going to be like the villain of this, because my thought is Kazimira's in Arknights. Its real world analogous is Poland, and I don't know if there's some Austrian in there as well, but like the closest thing to Austria in Arknights would be a mixture of either Kazimierz or Lithanian. And we have both Lithanians and Kazimierans here tonight. And they're talking about Kazimieran wine, Kazimieran red wine. And there's an event, which I don't know if you know about this, but it's something called the Austrian wine poisoning. If you've ever heard of the YouTube channel Down the Rabbit Hole from Frederick Knudsen, there's a really good like video on it. And it's a really interesting thing that happened like I believe late 80s into early 90s in Europe especially, where a lot of Austrian winemakers, in order to make their wine sweeter, they would add glycol into their wines, erroneously called antifreeze wine, even though it's not exactly the same. It has the street name, I guess, of antifreeze wine, where it added a lot of sweetness to the flavor, but then your body cannot process glycol, and in small amounts, theoretically, it's not that bad, but things happen, and a lot of people got sick. I don't know if any people died from it off the top of my head, but there's a potential for that. And if you've ever seen the one Simpsons episode where Bart goes to France as a foreign exchange student and he's making antifreeze wine, that's partially based off that, I assume. No, it's not good for you. Your body cannot process glycol, according to the video. And so yeah, it's just kind of like I don't know how it exactly works, but it causes renal failure, which is a not good time from my understanding. And so what's happening in this event right now is that they're doing a wine tasting, like a wine championship, and the taster just awarded Dimitri, aka Bologna, aka the red guy, the winning title. And then not too long afterwards, she takes another sip, and then she falls on the ground, clearly being poisoned. And now the idea is, like, did Dimitri poison her? Did someone poison Dimitri's bottle of wine? How did Dimitri's bottle of wine get up there in the first place? Was it another bottle of wine that got poisoned from it? Was it because of him and the wine poisoning? I don't know. And again, I'm kind of reaching with this right now, but I'd really like it to be true, because I think it's a really interesting, like, real-world event that they can, like, mirror in this. But yeah. Also, thank you for the compliment on the voice acting.
Mayor Bologna, death is not a welcome guest at my red wine championship. I suspected any white meat. And I would prefer not to hear street corner rumors about how our Kazimieran competition was drawn into familiar struggles. How were we powerless to resist things like that? Surely you're aware that we businessmen of Kazimierz, along with our counterparts from Lithuania, Colombia, and nations even further afield, are only here in Nuovo Volsini because what kind of promises you've made.
Zarek lowered his voice, but the reporters and cameramen invited to the venue to capture the championship seemed to have heard every word. The cameras are flashing much more frequently than they were. Under their glare, Dimitri steps forward. If you need me to comply with the investigation, then I won't run and hide. I will halt all activities until the results are in. Dimitri, as I said, I am begging everyone to avoid any rash actions until after things have been cleared up. Well, I appear to be the prime suspect right now, so I will stay where I should stay, and let the police do all the investigating they want. I ask that you do it all in accordance with the standard procedure you mentioned, Mayor Bologna. Right. I'll make the arrangements.
Does City Hall still need time to send the police? No need to trouble them, then. My own hired security can escort Signor Bologna home.
Dude. Wait, why, that looks like Capone. Even though it's, wait, is that Capone? It kind of looks like Capone. That's a smug face, by the way. Leontus was looking at the red-haired Lupo's face earlier, trying to see if he could spot anything. This is real. I'm really glad that we have the reader for this, by the way, that we have the actual new, like, PC thing for this, because you get to see a bunch of high-quality CGs now. The moment the wine glass fell to the floor, the smile on Dimitri's face vanished. Now it has returned, just barely perceptible. But it is only a smile, Leontuzo is not sure if he should interpret it as, I won't embarrass you. I believe you can figure this out. Or, I made plans for this long ago. Hey! Before he can finish deciphering it. Oh, it is Capone! Because the Casimiran was like, my own hired security can escort him home, and the hired security would be Capone and Gambino. Aww. That means this is probably Gambino. Before he can finish deciphering it, Dimitri is led to the exit, flanked by Capone and Gambino. As he passes by, their gazes meet for the shortest of instants before they are separated. The flashing lights of the reporter's cameras cascade across Dimitri's face. Leontuzo instinctively turns away, composing himself before turning back to the foreigner, who has seized this chance to pile on the pressure and demand more from him. Oh, would you look into it a little more? Intoxication, which is from a wine, it's hard to... Like, a lot of the ones are masked, yeah. That was something they were talking about in the video, is that a lot of the lighter effects of glycol poisoning match up with, like, if you just had a really bad hangover, right? Which is so just like, ooh. Also, what's up, Yona? What's up, Raiders? What went in? Ace Windfall, Fighting File Extraordinaire, at your service. Yona, congrats on Chapter 6 of Arknights. I was watching a little bit earlier. I saw that you were able to get your Amiya pot, which means that you were also there to watch Frost Nova's final moments. So congrats on that. Also, thank you, Yona. Yona, Raiders, of course, you need to raid and run. By all means, please do. Otherwise, feel free to stick around. Just like Yona, we're going to be doing some Arknights reading, specifically of Crossing, the new Syracusan-based event, and I'm a huge Syracuse head myself. I experienced loss, but you also... I liked... I don't know which chatter said it, but it was a bunny exchange. That was sick. Stream anniversary, congrats. Thank you, me. I guess I should say this in case it... So, like... There are things on Twitch that will, like, have a little message that pops up and says, like, hey, it's your affiliate anniversary. That was one for a long time that they had. And it was like, my affiliate anniversary is like June 1st, 2027. Alright, that's, I guess, the next time it's gonna happen. But, like, my affiliate anniversary is like June 1st, like 2024 or 5 or something like that. And I turned that off because I never, like, I don't know, that was never, like, a big day for me, so I turned it off. And then apparently, I only found this out literally today, but they added a new one, which is first stream anniversary settings. And my affiliate anniversary, like, means nothing to me. And I'll tell you right now, my where is it? My first year anniversary definitely means nothing to me because where is my scrab cap? Here it is. So I would like my first stream was in 2014. I am no longer the man I was when I made my first stream 12 years ago. My first stream anniversary is the most worthless thing in existence right now, and I cannot disable it until today is over, and it stinks because I did not even know this was a thing. So now like, so many things have changed. I'm no longer in flight school streaming Mother 3 to 0 people. Now I'm streaming Arknights to like 6 people. Also, I got a cat. Hey. What's up, Chip the Second? Welcome in. Hi. I was able to parse it. Let me know if I parse it incorrectly somehow, but I feel pretty confident on that one. So do you have the first Ace stream date? I do, of course. Of course I do, Wisteria. That's my actual anniversary, the one that I care more about. But Twitch doesn't let you just make like your own anniversaries, because that would be too easy, and they could, like, I don't know why they don't let you. They give you the ability to, like, make it so, like, you get to pick days that your viewers can buy gift subs for cheaper, which I guess is the closest thing to it. But, like, yeah, I know my actual anniversary. The actually important dates on this stream are March 18th. That was my debut as a VTuber. as Ace Windfall Fighting Pilot Extraordinaire, even though technically I've been that since I was born, but that's my first true blue debut. And then, of course, September 21st is my birthday. And then, arguably, you could say the re-debut date is also an important date, but I don't know. I didn't make that important. In the grand scheme, the March 18th one and the September 21st one are the more important ones. But if you want to add the Live 2D debut, that could be like October, I think also 18th? Maybe 16th, something like that. Mid-early October. Also, what's up, Dolly? Welcome in. Hi. That's how I feel. I'm glad you understand, Yona. Like, a lot of the Twitch events, like if I were to get like partner or something, maybe I would have a little bit more like dang, I really did it. But like, and maybe if like my first stream was bigger, like maybe if I had like done something different, like if it was more succinct, maybe the first stream would be more important. Affiliate one though, I think is the one that is the most blasé of them all. But I wonder if they just did that because they had it for partner and they were like, we're gonna trickle it down to spread the mood a little bit. I have no idea. Did you ever do that thing where you kind of tried it, then you stopped, then you came back just on and off a bit before doing more serious stuff? Exactly, Yona, exactly that. I during my years of flight school, like, yeah, I've told this story before, but there were some new people in here, and I think you're one of them, Yona, where you wouldn't, not that you're like new, you've been around for a hot minute, right? But like, I don't think you would have heard the story, but like, yeah, my Twitch account was from like 2011. I made it to watch a streamer play Penumbra Black Plague. That streamer then became like the person that I would use Twitch for. Like I especially back then, because it wasn't called Twitch, it was called Justin TV first and foremost. Like that's how old head I am. But like I would just watch that dude play like horror games. It was called Friday Night Frights, and so I would watch him play a horror game, and then we would watch a horror movie. And I did that for like that summer into like because he only did it for that summer. Into, I think he tried it the next summer, and then he didn't do as much. And then like when I got to flight school myself, I was like, hey, now it's my turn. And so I did that for a hot minute, and then I did actually, you know what's insane? I think this date is incorrect. Actually, I don't know this for a fact, but I'm pretty sure this date is not correct. Because that would put me as a sophomore in flight school, a second year in flight school, and I'm pretty sure I was streamed before that. I think it just doesn't have data from before that. I don't think anything before that registered, because I have a feeling that I streamed earlier than that, but I don't know that for a fact. But like, yeah. And then I did a thing where I was like, I streamed on Monday, Wednesdays, and Fridays where I played through like Mother 3 and Undertale. And then like, after flight school, I had to like do real work. I had to like, you know, get my pilot's license. I had to like get a plane. I then had to crash the plane. And then when I crashed the plane, I was like, hey, shoot, this is gonna take a while. Maybe I should like get some service crew here to like help me fix it up. And then while I got you here to fix it up, I was like, well, it's gonna take a while for you guys to fix it up, right? Why don't I like start streaming some games and you guys can like watch me play as like a distraction from the work that you guys are doing to fix up the plane. And here we are today, circa 3.5 years later. No plane, but stronger bonds than ever before, right? Also, I think I said hi, Dolly, but if I didn't, because I definitely went on a small tangent there. Hi, Dolly. Very tangential, but I don't exactly give websites and such my age. Smart, yeah. And the day of the year I use my Arknights onboarding date. Wait, hold on. I don't exactly give websites and such my age. Somewhere vaguely in a few year range. And oh, I see. You use your Arknights date as your birthday date. I like that. I like that. You made your own birthday. Playing on Zomboid single player because water shut off scares me. Oh, you're playing on it because water shut off scares me. I never had water and power shut off that fast before. The thing with it, Dolly, too, is that since it's a 24/7 server, and because people can hop on whenever they want, like, yeah, the 2 weeks skipped real quick. No shade for it, Dolly, of course. However, if you do get the chance, try popping in and playing with the power and water shut off. Especially, like, if you're able to get the, Like maybe wait until people are in if you're concerned with that, and maybe like get the support for that. But like I think it's an invaluable experience to play with them off, just to like get the vibe. But like yeah, it is a real rough one immediately now. I'm not gonna lie, I'm so after stream. You started saying all that, and it took me until you sang like you played games because the plane crashed. Wait. After stream that you started saying all that, and it took me until you sang like you played games because the plane crashed for me to realize it wasn't like for real. Oh, I see what you're saying. I didn't fully parse both messages together. I get you. What do you mean it's not for real? For real? What? I was in the lore technically that you crashed and we were already here. I don't remember. Spare Parts was already here. I don't think you guys were already here. Double check the re-debut live stream, because that has the lore video at the very beginning of it. As far as I'm aware, I crashed in the middle of nowhere, Spare Parts was here, and then I suckered you guys into coming here through a mixture of my wiles, my charm, and job postings on like boards or something. But I digress. Also, yeah, again, Yona Raiders, if you need to raid and run, by all means, please do. Otherwise, Yona Raiders service crew as a whole. I hope you guys enjoy this event. It's going to be really good. And also the fact that this first thing is still going, we might not finish this tonight. I love Arknights. I really wish Arknights cut some fat out. But, like, however, this is the fat that I like. So even if we're not able to finish all 6 things tonight, like I've loved every single word that I've said in this event so far, and I like where this event is going. This is so my event. I love Syracuse so much. Yes, Chip. Yes, this is the Syracuse vignette event crossing. I am Syracuse's like #1 fan, potentially #2. I don't know. I'm not gonna like actually do rankings on this, but like I like Syracuse a lot. It's the Arknights nation that I stan, and I quite enjoyed literally every character from it, and so we're reading it. This is the vignette. In order, the Syracuse events are Il Syracusano, which is aka the Texas Altar event. Then there's I Portatore de Velucci, which is the Lapland Altar event. And this is Crossing, which is the vignette, which is the thing that's literally in game right now, where it's you do like the 10 stages that don't have a real theme between them, and then you get to unlock like the 6 things with the film reels, and you get to go through that. This takes place after I Portatore de Velucci, where we're in Nuovo Volsini, which is the new city that was founded after the events of Il Syracusano. And what's happening now, just to get everyone up to speed, there is a wine competition, a red wine competition going on, that someone from Casimir has put on, because presumably they wanted to show off their really cool Casimir and red wine. However, at the event, one of the wines that was entered in, last minute kind of too, was a wine from Bologna, aka Dimitri, aka the new operator, who's a fighter and who's really cool, and I like him a lot. And he won the competition, but also the taster then got poisoned. So, right now, Dimitri is like prime suspect for poisoning wine. But like, why would he do that? And so I think, and I was talking about this before the raid, but I think this is going to have shades of the Austrian wine poisoning, a real-world event in which Austrian wine manufacturers were adding something called glycol, which is a sweet chemical whose low-level poison effects are very similar to being drunk. However, in larger quantities, they will give you things like renal failure and, scrolling up because Umi was really kind to like give me some information on this, glycol, which was used in the wines that were featured in the Austrian wine poisoning. Early symptoms include intoxication, vomiting, and abdominal pain, which is not dissimilar from alcohol. Later symptoms may include a decreased level of consciousness, headache, both of which are kind of alcohol-y, kidney failure a little bit, seizures, that's where you get a little scary, and long-term outcomes may include brain damage. Toxicity and death may occur after drinking even a small amount of ethylene glycol, as glycol is more toxic than other diols. So like this is a real world event that happened, and like European wines were changed forever through it, especially Austrian wines. They had to get stricter protocols, and at the end of the day, they came out like years later. It's now like, because they had to go through so many more regulations, that nowadays Austrian wine is presumably, I need a European to like +1 me on this, but like presumably they're a little bit more higher quality, because now all the failing wineries got burnt out, and only ones that were able to like hit these really strict regulation they put in after the fact are able to survive. It's really fascinating. Yona Raiders, I recommend checking out the YouTube channel Frederick Knutson, aka Down the Rabbit Hole. I'm a really big fan of his videos, and he's got one on the Austrian wine poisoning, which is where literally all of my knowledge comes from. I like his videos, though. I highly recommend them. Have I been pronouncing Casimiras wrong all the time? Been pronouncing them as Cashmere. I think so, but I'm gonna be honest, Chip, no idea. There are very few things in Arknights that I'm certain of my pronunciation on. I've never been corrected on my pronunciation for a lot of things, but I think that it's because there's a few things that are just like, we don't know what the full pronunciation is. However, I think in game there are probably operators that say it, and I think it's Casimiras. Someone can fact check me on that one. Kashmir would be interesting, but Kashmir is more of a region in like northern India, southwestern China, which is a very different geopolitical region than Poland is. And I think it'd be more like Kazimierz. Your BF watches them. Your BF has insanely good taste. Everything I know about him, he's got insanely good taste. Keep it up. Need to sub this channel so I don't lose it. You should. It's very, very good. The op English voices pronunciation, yeah. Minar says it a few times. Minar, by the way, is one that is really hard to know how to pronounce unless you've heard it. Sneaky little W in there, because it's actually like the Polish L with a line through it. But I digress. We are now, after Bologna has been escorted out of the wine poisoning event itself, the red wine murder, as they are hitting it up. As they are calling it, or as they will call it, because that's what the stage thing is. How'd you put it? I beg your forgiveness, Don Dimitri. Did the rope chafe ya? You nearly died trying not to laugh. He's the real pal behind the Saluzas in Nuovo Volsini, and the new Don of the Bolognes. Can't hurt to show him a little respect. Not to mention the tip he gave us. Hell, can't even call a wad of cash this big a tip. A Don, but he still got pulled in that foreign money man scheme. You think the Casimians pull one over on him? I'm telling you, I think he spiked that drink on purpose, just to get in the middle of all this. Remember when we dragged him out of the theater? Man was as cool as a cucumber. Wise guys like him, who were born into the familia, they're good at this kind of scheming, and used to it too. Who the hell knows, man? I don't give a shit. This is Nuovo Volsini, not Sicilia. You and I both know how stupid Dons can look when they fall from the top. Hey, you think those reporters got a photo of our taxi company sign when we were taking them out of that place? Buy a paper tomorrow and check for yourself. Maybe they'll only get the Siciliano part of it. That'd be a joke. What? Mad? Fine, I'll drop it. Nah, it's not that. I suddenly got the feeling like maybe Nuovo Volsini is still a Syracusan city. There's been a lot of change here, but in the end, maybe nothing's changed at all. Well, maybe, when you push something that's never changed down a new track, some other stuff's gonna stop popping up. Enjoy your lurking, Chip. Enjoy your lurking. Okay, cool, by the way. I'm glad that kind of like wrapped up there. So 1 down, 5 to go. Obviously, this is Bologna. This is the new girl. This is the truck driver of the truck drivers union, and these are 2 characters that I've never seen before in my life. So that's it. Oh, I just realized she's Casimir and she has horse ears. BRB to go make dinner. Kiss not back before stream ends. Have a good stream. Thank you, Yona. Thank you for the raid and enjoy your dinner. Scusa, Bettina. I'd love to help you, but I'm running a small business here too, you know. Those bottles I got from you last time are still in my wine rack, gathering dust. Why'd I go ask at the corner store? Right, I'll do that. Grazie, zio Paolo. I already asked, actually. Nobody wants any. Gotta move all this out of the way first. Keep standing around here like a fool. I'll affect zio Paolo's business. Careful! That was close. Oh, she's gonna be an operator then. If she's not, is she already an operator? Why does she have a crossbow? I like her art style. I like how she's rendered. But that was close. Here, hold it tight now. Thank you, Signorina. Man, this is heavy. No wonder a little kid like you couldn't carry it right. What's in this? Oh, it's Verdi. You know it? I'm Bettina, and this is from Verdi Winery, where my nonno works. The winery's got decades of history behind it. Would you like to buy a bottle, Signorina? I see. What's up, Gabriel? Welcome in. Hi. Thank you, Gabriel. And congratulations on your continued promotion to Searcher Chief, Gabriel. Hi. Happy 33 months. That's 3 11s, Gabriel. That's a lot. Thank you. I appreciate it. Hope you're ready to learn about Austrian wine poisoning. Parentheses Italian. I see. Bettina, right? I guess it's fate I bumped into you. So let's make friends. I'm Tosia. Here's my card. Oh, cool. A business card. Sorry, I don't have one. Casmira's Golden Prairie Winery. Nuovo Vicini branch. Sales representative? I'm betting that before long it'll say Senior Relationship Manager. But that's the thing. I'm afraid we're competitors, so I won't be buying your wine. Aww. Yo, what's up, you? Welcome in. Hi. Now, if you won't mind scooching out of the way, little Miss Bettina, I have a great deal to make with Signor Paolo.
You just arrived in Nuovo Vicini and you already talked to the locals into some huge deals. Excellent work. Come, Tosia. Today, we give our top sales rep the welcome feast she deserves.
she's colon D'ing. That's such a perfect D face. You're too kind, Lujexera. You've been busy getting the Red Wine Championship ready, so of course you didn't have time for dinner. I just hope I haven't been too much trouble.
Not at all. I'm a lucky man getting an experienced sales girl to join us at Golden Prairie. But you were doing well at the
Polish.
At the Kurzweil Domic department store. Why Nuovo Vicini all of a sudden?
It's a long story.
Let me guess. It's something to do with that Silverlands Pegasus corruption case that's got quite all abuzz lately.
Though Sarek lowered his voice, the mention of the case has Tosia jerking her head upward. How did you...
I was told that the GCC sent agents to Kurzweil Domic and took one of your managers a few days ago. Your old manager, even.
Guess there's no hiding anything from you. She took good care of me, but one of her relatives is a Silverlands Pegasus. It was a point of pride, but once the GCC started poking around, whenever they can't directly move against the Adeptus Sperlalilili, they take the people around them for questioning. And more people keep getting involved in the case. Some poor souls get the entire book thrown at them, even though anyone with eyes can see they're totally innocent. If normal folk like us get pulled into this kind of trouble, how are we supposed to resist giants like the GCC? That's why I thought it'd be better to come here and expand.
Tosia, Golden Prairie would not have grown this large in Nuovo Vicini without behind-the-scenes support from the GCC. When the big shots show some initiative and want to expand their horizons, that's a good thing for business people like us.
You're right.
Let's not think too much about Qualarically while we're here. Just keep your enthusiasm flowing and do a good job. When my business is growing, it's only good for you. No?
Then, I'll thank you in advance, Wujek Sedek.
Clever girl. I won't belabor the point then. I've already ordered the food. Just need to know what you want to drink.
Sorry for putting all that on you. Honestly, I'm not too good at handling wine. Let me see. Oh, right. I'm looking for a certain brown-colored soft drink. I think it's a local Syracusan brand. It tastes like orange with a bit of bitterness. Does anyone know what this is actually in real life? Brown orange juice? It makes me think of a soda, but like orange? What's Chinotto? Did you mean Chinotto, Signorina? I'm terribly sorry, but we don't carry that one.
Why did you ever learn of that old beverage? So we put our soft drink line. The local brands are pretty much all dried out.
Since we put out our soft drink, soft drink. So yeah, it might be like a soda thing. Really? Oh, is her arc of the story gonna be like she realizes that when larger entities come in and push out the local space, it's bad for everyone? That'd be a good arc.
Did you forget our slogan, Tozia? Nova Vicini, Vita Nova. Leave the retro nostalgia to the Lithuanians. How about some zero-proof sparkling water?
Sure, let's go with that then.
Good, good. Oh, Homosurat, come. I want to show this to you.
It's a shelf display agreement?
Just a draft template. Something to hear what our top sales representative thought before we deployed it.
It's very clear on the criteria, and the rewards are generous. There shouldn't be too many retailers who decline. But if they do accept, it means they can only display our products while the agreement is in force. Yeah! Oh, dude. This can get a little boring, especially because I don't know either of these characters. I'm only like learning about them now, and I think this would hit more if there were characters I cared about, but like it does kind of I like it sometimes when Arknights gets a little boring, and I'm very in the boring mood right now. Wouldn't an exclusivity clause like that create legal issues under local law? Yeah!
There's nothing in the new Urban Management Act that says we can't have one. The way I see it, those loopers with their heads full of dreams and faith won't see any issues with it.
Jarek shrugs, a smile of victory on his face. Thank you, by the way, you. Thank you. It kind of reminds me, just seeing this image specifically, it makes me think of French apple wine, Calvados. I wonder if this is basically the orange Italian version of Calvados then, or if this is more of a soda thing. I'm gonna click on the Wikipedia article real quick, take a real quick look at this. Carbonated soft drink produced from the juice of the fruit of the myrtle-leaved orange tree. Beverage is dark color. Its appearance is similar to that of cola, but it is not as sweet, having a bittersweet taste. Cool. Dark-hued, bitter-tasting variant of orange juice and was considered a refreshment. Interesting. You guys want to go to Italy? Apparently you can get Brio, Bisleri. In Venezuela, Sprite is sold under the brand name Chinotto. Kinie is a Chinotto-like soft drink made in Malta, and Moxie is a US soft drink with a similar bitter taste. And Moxie's logo looks like this, which is terrifying. Moxie's gonna make me join the army, and I don't know if I want that. Jarek shrugs, a smile of victory on his face.
But it's only you frontline employees who'll be talking to the retailers, not me. I'm eager to see how you do when the time comes, Tozia.
Thank you for waiting. Your zero-proof sparkling water, Signorina.
Come, to Nova Vicini and to Vita Nova. Nazwandrode.
I would never let you down, Wujek Zerak. Nazrode. Where's Severin when I need him? I'm stuffed. Chef's selection. Seriously? Tiny portions and way too much fuss. After shoving the last piece of pizza into her mouth. Hey, dude, I hope we get to see Pizza Cop again, actually. Dude, I miss Pizza Cop. She was like in 2 scenes in I Portador de Velucci. But like, I would love to see Pizza Cop here instead of Tosia, even though Tosia is fine. But like, Pizza Cop. Tosia brushes the crumbs off her hands and continues her walk back to her place, alongside the night breeze. The street is lit up in vibrant colors by a chaotic mix of billboards, shining as bright as day. This nightscape is breathtaking, but it could not be more different than the Syracuse that Tosia imagined. Shelf display agreement. More like shelf monopoly agreement. Yes. It's gonna get a whole lot of people fired. Maybe even bankrupted. Won't it? Like that kid from before. Once the agreement's signed, she won't be able to sell her wine no matter how much legwork she puts in. But it's gotta be done. Those Victorians and Colombians aren't going to let an opportunity this big slip by, even if we did. Huh? No! Oh, it's you. The lady from this morning. How's it going? Managed to sell any? You're still carrying the same bottles, aren't you? Yeah. You're a really good salesman, right, Signorina Tosia? Signorina Tosia? Can you... Nope. Huh? But I didn't even get to ask. You want me to teach you a trick or two, right? I can read it on your face. Anyway, no can do. No way. Why? The despondency and incomprehension on the girl's face forced a long sigh out of Tosia. How old are you, Bettina? I'm 10 next week. 10, huh? Alright, let me put this in a way you can understand. Listen, I know having to make a living at your age isn't easy. Things were different, I wouldn't mind helping you out. I only got to where I am today thanks to the help of others. A favor is an investment, not a cost. But here's the problem. There's only so much wine one Novovosinian can drink in a day. You're selling Verdi. I'm selling Golden Prairie. We're business rivals. Enemies, even. Of course, in a situation like this, some people would drop any cost-benefit analysis and choose to help a helpless little kid like you. But that's not me. Because I'm one with a heart of stone. No sense of right or wrong. The business world is a battlefield. Helping your enemy is just stabbing yourself in the back. It's got the little effects and everything. I set my mind on flying up the ranks and living the good life, and I'm not going to go soft on my foe just because she's a kid. You got that? Got it. Good. I'm off then. You keep at it. Okay, I like Tosie a little bit more as a character, because she's just so blatant. It's such a good image, you. Was I too harsh on her? Can't blame me for it. That black-hearted uncle of mine is obviously trying to use pie-in-the-sky promises to trick me into doing his dirty work. If I want to find my footing here, I don't have time to get involved in other people's business. But she's not crying, is she? Let's just turn around and get a quick look. Just one look. I just imagine the Arrested Development, aka the Peanuts. Oh, no. Grabs hold of bridge railing. Stands on top of railing? No. As if about to jump. Whoa, wait, don't just throw your What? What a time to come in, Kiwi. Hi, welcome in. Made it. Good thing I got quick reflexes. Kids these days have no mental fortitude. Oh, I'll teach you, okay? Seriously, even when my performance was in the gutter and I was homeless and living under a bridge eating thrown out fries, things weren't that bad. You're young, you got plenty of time ahead of you. As long as you're alive, there's hope. Even if things are hard now, you need to believe things will get better. Why are you looking at me like that? I think you misunderstood something, Signorina Tosia. I was trying to save pain. Oh, hold on. I didn't do any of that to that kid, Kiwi, but Tosia did admit that she's a cold-hearted woman with a heart of stone to the kid, because she wouldn't help her sell wine. But now things are changing, I think. Pain. Over there, on the other side of the railing. So naughty wandering off like that. So you weren't trying to... Oh, thank goodness. Guess I looked real stupid trying to calm you down just now, worried as I was. But even if you were trying to save it, you didn't need to go over the railing, you know? That's dangerous. But my arms aren't long enough. Alright, fine, out of the way. You better not bite me, Pain. Well-dressed woman. Sono molto grata, Bettina. You hadn't brought my bambino back to me. Why, I don't know what I would do. We'll head back home now. Say ciao to Bettina, Panne. Okay. Ciao, Signora Bianca. Ciao, Panne. I guess it's Panne, not Pain. Huh? Wait, are you going to ask her? Ask her what? About the wine. I feel like getting sales through personal connections is rather high cost, low efficiency, but any pour in a storm definitely beats starving. Didn't you help her find Panne so she would buy your wine? Huh? Dude, she's rising grinding right now. Don't tell me you did it out of the goodness of your heart. She's a customer. She's a dollar sign waiting to be cashed in. She's a rube. Don't you get it? Am I misunderstanding something? Is your family not in big trouble? Does it not matter if this stuff sells? No, of course it matters. I just want to help sell the wine. Notice that sales have been getting worse and worse lately, and if we can't make enough this month, the winery will have to close. What should I do? You said you'd teach me. What? When did I say that? Cut back to literally 5 seconds ago. Kids, I said no more mental fortitude. I'll teach you, okay? Hey, coincidental dolly, nice. Oh, I guess I did. Though, I thought we were going to... I'm not trying to wriggle out of what I said, but take a good look at your product. Cheap, local wines like your Verdi are the worst performers in the current market. Outdated production facilities, careless cost control, old-fashioned marketing. While Golden Prairie offers some better quality budget wines, and they're only half the price. Only a fool would pick the other option. The winery Onono works for is doomed. My advice to him is to start looking for a new job sooner rather than later. But you'd also say there's no such thing as an unsellable product. Only salespeople who can't sell it. This is so like startup business. So like MLM, not yes, multi-level marketing, MLM code. Kiwi, the first episode of the 6-episode set was like Austrian wine poisoning vibes. This is very sitcom coded. I know Verdi is hard to sell. Is it so bad that not even you could sell it, Signorina Tosia? First you trick me into giving you advice, then you go for a psychological tactic. You got moves. Trick. But I won't fall for it. I don't have to get mixed up in your problems to prove myself. I'm last year's sales star at the Querzidomic department store and the future top salesperson in Golden Prairie. There's nothing I can't sell. She's so That's right. Absolutely nothing. Alright, since you talked your way into this far, allow me to teach you a thing or two. With my secret sales techniques, forget selling a few bottles. He'll be selling crates by the dozen. She's so stupid. She's such a great character. I can't describe it, but this is a perfect, like, sitcom scene. Alright, tell me the story. Why is you haven't sold a single bottle yet? Sorry. I know how hard it was for you to find free time to teach me, but I can afford a day off. About enough of a lead on second place. Gotta leave myself some room for improvement next month. The important thing is, you're my apprentice. How can you be getting stuck like this? Are you really doing things the way I taught you? I did my best to use the words you taught me, but... What? Things like the wine is full-bodied with exquisite balance and a lively zing. I don't understand what they mean at all, so how am I supposed to pretend I do when talking to people? And then saying things like our wine comes from a winery with deep historical roots. We just use grapes from our own vineyard. Isn't this misleading? Nona says we should put ourselves in other people's shoes and be sincere when dealing with them. That way everyone will trust us. It's the only way to get a good deal that everyone's happy with, so I like her Nono a lot. This is... They know how to write them when it comes to Syracuse. Every time. I knew it. Listen to me. Your playbook is outdated. You're being sincere, but other people aren't necessarily going to be sincere back. Gullible idiots got swindled and lose everything. Even if they put it all on the line to make some cash, they just burn themselves out. You'll see when you find yourself in a desperate situation. Then you'll look around and see no one ready to lend you a hand. Sincerity means nothing in the face of profit. You can't entrust your survival to anyone else. We need to be smart or we'll get gobbled up. You hear me? I don't know. The sight of the girl with her head lowered, clutching at her clothes, makes Tozy decide to lighten up a bit. Look, I'm not saying you need to become a swindler yourself. You just need to package it a little nicer, that's all. Package it? Yeah, like using a ribbon to tie a pretty bow and putting it in a nice bag. There we go. Looks much more presentable than before. You might already notice, but there's a huge change coming to the wine racks in Nuovo Volsini. Used to be that they'd only stock a few types of wine, but now you can easily find Pinot Noirs from Victoria, Cabernet Sauvignons from Colombia, sweet rosés from Boulevard. It's a miracle for sure, but can you see where the issue lies when you lift up your glass? This miracle was born from stringent production criteria and carried all across Terra in cargo containers. They're appropriately priced and are stable in quality, but what they lack is soul. Wine isn't meant to lack personality like a fast food burger. Those are dime a dozen industrial goods back on the shelf, and look at the premium gold label Sauvignons in my hand. The product of craftsmanship owned over decades at a local Syracusan winery. A unique flavor with a lingering aftertaste. One sip would light the mind. 2 sips will bring good health.
I'd like one. Will this be enough?
Uh-huh. It's such a sitcom. You're so right. What?
Aren't you two selling wine? I'm pressed for time, so give it here quick. How do I look, by the way?
You look perfectly fine. Where's the fire, senor?
I find myself needing to meet someone, but it's rather last minute. I didn't expect it to be in Nuovo Volsini, and in my rush, I wasn't able to prepare a gift. Luckily, I ran into you. Grazie mille, signorina. I hope your business goes well.
Senor, damn, he's fast. I was only trying to give you an example. I didn't expect there to be anyone crazy enough to actually buy it. Probably a foreigner since he didn't recognize the wine. He gave us enough to buy a ton of Verdi. This is great, though. We finally sold our first bottle. How about a high five? But why the long face? Selling something is a victory, even if it was a misunderstanding. It's his own fault for not setting up. But he did look like he was really in a rush. Must be a really important meeting. Hey kid, you show up with a bottle of Chief Wine in Syracuse. What happens? Oh no! Oh no! It's so sitcom coded! So that's why we're really sorry. Here's your money back. Please, use it for some other gift. This isn't a high quality wine, it's just a bottle of Verdi, right? So that's why you two were chasing after me in a panic. You know it? How could I not? Considering all the years I've drank. I was born in Sorrento, and many years ago I had a falling out with my family. In my anger, I ran off to Colombia. You can laugh if you want. My Syracusan is a little rusty these days. But if you knew, then why did you... If you brought a fancy foreign wine as a gift, I'm afraid my papa would slam the door in my face. Oh, this is so adorable! The meeting was with your own family? I didn't know they moved here. I saw them while I was out on the street. Nearly didn't recognize them. What once felt like the biggest deal in all of Syracuse now barely feels important at all. All these years I had no contact at all. I might finally drop by. My family was not well off, so we had Verdi with dinner. I don't know why Papa never tired of it. I hope that once he sees this bottle, he'll let me in. So, there's been no misunderstanding here. A bottle of common, ordinary Verde wrapped with care appeared in front of me precisely when I needed it. And for that, I'm willing to pay this price. If it's still weighs in your conscience, then why not offer me a good luck as a bonus? Sure. Best of luck to you. Never thought I'd see the day I chased down a buyer to get my product back. You're looking chipper. Happy now? When I tell Nono, he's gonna say I made a good deal. Then how about a high five? Yay! No time to rest on your laurels, though. We've only sold one bottle. You can't count on more happy accidents. Excuse me, are you Bettina? I am. My Yuppie, signore. Finally found you. Miss Bianca says you sell traditional Syracusan red wine. Is that right? I'm planning to open a Syracusan restaurant in Victoria, and I might consider bringing a few such items back with me. Could you introduce your product? Oh, you mean... A golden opportunity is knocking, Bettina. Don't just stand there. The important part is putting your marketing skills to good use next. Still, remember what I taught you. Huh? Signorina Tosia? Never mind, kid. You graduated. Just forget everything I said. It's better you do things your own way. Tosia watches the girl and young man move to the curb, listing out the gains and losses in her head out of habit. Syracusan restaurant. Even if he's looking for a local wine, he'd make more profit if he went for something a couple grades higher than Verdi. Well, it's all about what the buyer thinks in the end. Just gotta hope he signs a long-term agreement. Though, even if he does, it's still a drop in a bucket. This label isn't going to escape bankruptcy or acquisition that easily. The conversation nearly seems to pause for a moment. The girl turns to Tosia, jumping and waving her hands. A bright smile plastered all over her face. Looks like things are going well. Whatever. As long as she's happy. This is really cute. Oh, 100%. Like, the fact that they gave her, like, if she didn't have the weapon, I would be like, oh, she's a really cool NPC. But, like, giving her the weapon makes her, like, she's gonna be playable. I don't know how or when or why, but, like,
somehow even more obvious than Dimitri for being playable. I can see the mini closure comparisons. She honestly, the fact that you said it, like, you made an Always Sunny reference, all I can think about is she does feel like an Always Sunny character. Oh, did she have neuropathy monitor? I didn't even notice that. I might have, like, subconsciously seen it, but, like, I guess we'll see it in a second. 1 week later.
I've spoken with Mr. Roger, and he approves of your idea. He simply has some hesitation about getting involved and is worried about the risks. No rush. The Adeptus Morelli isn't making any big moves right now, but this doesn't mean things will go the way GCC planned. We may be backed by the GCC right now, but we need to make our own preparations. No matter which of these titans lets something slip through its fingers, we shall enjoy a sumptuous feast. We're not the only ones waiting to get a slice of the pie. We simply need to be ready and wait for the perfect wave to carry us aloft. Look who it is! Our shining star of the market finally arrives. Sales tell me you got quite a few local retailers to sign our shelf display agreement, so I thought we should celebrate.
Oh my gosh, she does! How did I not notice that? I like the skeleton hand is so fun as a cursor, by the way. Tick, tick, tick. Like, I noticed her little tag here, her crossbow, her little keys. Like, I did not notice this at all. Her weird, like her hat with a belt on it that has the holes for her ears to pop up out of. I want to know, what is this? This feels like a hiking thing or something, but like, what are these pieces of wood? She feels like she should not be selling wine. She feels like she should be like a first world hiker. Like, what's the word for like glamping but for hiking? Should be like liking or something. Or like glamorous hunting, like glunting or something. Are they? I thought that, but like this doesn't look like, nothing in here is the same color. I was saying they did kind of look a little crossbowy or bowy, but like nothing here was this. I'll +1 that though, yeah. Yeah, glamorous hunting does exist, which is why like I think that like she's giving me like glam hunting, glam hiking vibes more than like wine salesperson vibes.
I meant to have this celebratory dinner yesterday, but...
Wait, did I miss a line that she said? Thanks! It was just like you said, not much resistance when we were talking.
I meant to have this celebratory dinner yesterday, but my secretary told me you were busy with something.
I made friends with a local girl these past few days. She invited me to her home for dinner. Aww. Sorry, I know you don't splurge often.
Well, I apologize. This is great. We're foreigners in Nuova Volsini. Only by understanding the Syracusans can we empty their pockets. It seems my lovely niece has some tricks up her sleeve. You always know exactly why you do things.
Oh, what? That's her uncle?
That's what I like the most about you. Come, Nazroldry.
I think you misunderstood something, Wujek Sirek. I didn't go to the kid's place to fish for some information. It was just to sing her happy birthday. Aww.
Oh, is that so?
The glass filled with first-rate red wine freezes in midair, while the young lady on the other side of the table gives him a smile. Wait, why does it freeze in midair? Is he like so surprised that people can have human connections? Is he such a caricature of a businessman? Like, her family's as ordinary as can be. They even brought all the furniture in from the countryside. A family that's the complete opposite to our Nuova Volsini Vita Nuova. I did manage to get one piece of good news there, though. Look! Thozia puts out a soft drink in a glass bottle. Ah! Resting it on the pure white satin tablecloth. Zarek cannot help but laugh.
You're here to eat dinner, you know. Why bring your own drink?
This is the Chinoto I asked about last week. Her family says there are still grocers in the city who sell it. I'm not sure if you remember, but my Tata often went to Syracuse for work. Every time he came back, he'd bring some snacks and toys for me.
My favorite was this drink, and I'd always beg him to bring more back next time. It would have been way too heavy now that I think about it. Well, you know what happened next? He lost his job, so I didn't get to drink Chinoto anymore, naturally. Tosia pries off the cap, the soft drink in the brown glass bottle, letting out a cheerful hiss. I've always wanted to try it again. I'm starting to think that if these old-fashioned things really did disappear, it would be a shame. Natroze, Wujek Zadek. Tosia lifts up the bottle, knocking it against the wine glass. Honestly, that zero-proof sparkling water from last week, not my cup of tea. No offense. Aw, that's a very adorable story. This had no like relation to the larger story of someone is dead, and it's not even like it's not like here. It's like this very second one is like sitcom, but like someone is dead. Baloney is in police custody, but like you know, cute little sitcom thing. You. Have you ever actually used sparkling water for tea before, though? That sounds like a terrible idea, but... God damn. Well, can you boil sparkling water? I don't know how carbonation affects boiling. Like, you can, but I'm just wondering if anything weird would happen to it. Ooh. That was a good filler episode. I love Syracuse dudes. TS so peak. Oh, it's just immediately into her. Lupina, here's the bill of lading for this order of your one of these grapes by Saluzovino. You can look over the details. Let me see. Everything seems to be in order. You're always on top of things. I'm flattered. Lupina, there is something which I'm not sure I should ask, in my position. Why the formality? Go ahead, Zioillo. We've known each other for so long. Ever since Casimir and wine entered the market, you've been running a surplus of grapes at your winery, which has been good for us. Your prices are reasonable and it helps us clear inventory. It's a deal that benefits both sides. Yes, but the amount that you're offering in this batch, is it too much for you? No, we use all the grapes we can get. But are you leaving any for your own wine production? Is she the wine poisoner? Got draft beer yesterday, it's alright. I'm not a beer guy either, Kiwi. I'm glad that you tried it to make your own opinion on it, but like, yeah, it doesn't... And maybe it's like tea. When I first started drinking tea, I didn't think I was like a tea person, but I've grown accustomed to it now, and I can really mess with it, but like, beer... I'm not a beer person, and I don't know if I want to be a beer person, so I'm very okay with not, like, meshing with it immediately. Carbonation is something you would add after the teaing, if anything, I'd say. Yeah, you're right, like, if I was, like, a fancy restaurant or a fancy, like, manufacturer, I would add the carbonation after the tea. But, like, if I was, like, just a dude in a hangar that bought, like, a bottle of sparkling water and wanted to put it in his, like, electric kettle to, like, heat up and then use that to make tea. That's what I'm asking for science, of course. You can tell. Lupina. Golden Prairie approached us a little while back. They offered to buy the Verdi winery, and made an offer I couldn't refuse. The winery is going under, despite our best efforts. Oh, hey, this is related to this. The filler episode was not that filler. But my Japanese office worker fantasy? Well, Kiwi, if you want to do your Japanese office worker fantasy, don't drink draft beer. Even though that is a classic one. You gotta go for the new age office worker. Go import some strong zero. Or locally, you might have it as minus 196. Minus 196 is not the same as strong zero. It's very different. it is minus 186 is a vodka seltzer, which is kind of awful. I've had an actual highball before, a shochu highball, which is what Strong Zero is. I've not had Strong Zero itself, but like that actually hits so much harder. Go find yourself a lemon shochu highball, Kiwi. That'll get you hit. Looks like it goes completely flat when you hit it. That's what I was worried about, because it makes sense that like carbonation stays in cold, and then when it gets to like room temperature, the carbonation slowly like evaporates out of it, like it diffuses into the air. So it makes sense that when you boil it, like you're not just releasing like water vapor, you're also just releasing the carbonation even more so. Yeah. What if we make I was gonna say, yeah, what if we did cold tea? Yeah. Okay. We'll have to look at this later on. Thank you for the science. Dude, sparkling iced tea parentheses like southern sweet tea iced tea would probably be really disgusting, but like I am interested now. The winery is going under despite our best efforts. At least Golden Prairie's interest shows that our equipment and vineyards are worth something. Thank you for everything, Zioillo. Saluzzo Vino has always been a good partner to the Verde winery. But what about the other guys? Davide, what about Niccolò? Did he agree? I'll convince them. Best fruit in tea? Lemon? Lemon is my go-to immediate answer. I haven't had that many other fruits in tea that I can think of. Like, usually I have more herbs in tea or something along those lines, like mints or something like that. Other flower bits. As far as like fruits, I think lemon is like the only main one I've had. There's I also had the orange one. There's a brand in America called like Bigelow or whatever it's pronounced as, and they have a brand called Constant Comment, I think, which is like their flagship black tea with like orange peel in it, and that's fine. Like it's not as orange as I would like, and maybe I haven't tried it that often. I only had it in like samplers. Like maybe it hits harder if I like steep it in different ways, and like if I add like sugar or something to it. But like peach feels like it'd be interesting. Lychee, I have no idea what the flavor profile of it is. No, Lupina. How can we sell our Verde winery to the Kazmirians? Calm down, Niccolò. Do you think she's gonna be an op, actually? She's got weapons, too. Calm down, Niccolò. Let's not talk about this. There's wine and there's food. What's that? Our signature wine. Sevionose. You know it well, don't you? Yes, I remember this label. Old Verde, your nonno, painted it himself. I was raising the grapes when he first developed this wine. Trimmed them vine by vine myself. The clippers were heavy and unwieldy, especially in winter when you're out all day in the cold. But it was worth it. These vines are older than all of us put together. In Kazmires, they trim their vines with machines, so they can go through a whole vineyard in a single day. It's not the same. Those stupido machines rip the vines apart. May save time in the short run, but the grapes don't have long to live once they're done with them. They don't know how to trim along the grain of the vine, ensuring that the fruits get proper sunlight and they have that right flavor. You kids don't know the old Syracusan crafts. No one wants to learn anymore. The Syracusan wine is unique because every vine is as old as the familia. Caring for a grapevine is like caring for family. At least it was for your nonno. Niccolò. Think about it, Lupa. Every grape in Verde winery is picked from a vine older than your nonno. Workers like us have spent our whole lives picking grapes, carrying barrels, making wine. My son inherited my craft, Even my granddaughter is selling wine for the winery. It is! It is hers! Okay, the connection. Where will we go if the winery is sold? I'll make sure everyone is taken care of. Your skills won't go to waste. Would the family we've built here still exist after the winery is sold and all the workers have gone their separate ways? To me, it's better to die with dignity now than to continue to scrape by in Nuovo Volsini. Give the decent ending while this land still has value. Severance will be paid according to our contract terms. It's not the severance I'm worried about. You were never all that interested in running the winery, but don't you feel anything for this place Old Verde keep running all those years? No one want his whiskey to go his winery no one want his winery to go bankrupt. It's not such a bad thing to find a new home for it. This is Nuovo Volsini, Nicolo, and it's time we accepted the new order. The old worker stays silent for a while. Finally, he takes out an invitation from his pocket and puts it on the table. What's that? My granddaughter Betty turns 10 next week. We'll do this by the old rules of Syracuse. She's 10 already? I'll have to. I'm leaving. Dude. I wonder if we're gonna, like, all of the events here are, like, setting up. Then we'll go back to the night of the murder. Like, I wonder if it's a sandwich. I wonder if this is an Oreo situation where the first event takes place the night of the murder, the next 4 are before the night of the murder, and then the final one recontextualizes what happens during the night of the murder. Enough sugar and carbonated sweet tea probably won't taste too bad. Yeah, well, I mean, yeah, it's a sweet tea. You're definitely adding a bunch of sugar already. But if it's just leaf soda, that would be kind of disgusting, yeah. Pine soda is an extremely acquired taste. No. I don't think I could pine soda that one. I would try it one time, but that does not sound like it hit. Kiwi. Is a place that makes whiskey called a whiskery? It's called a distillery, but I like whiskery a lot better. If I were to make whiskey, yeah, I'd call it a whiskery. At a small, unremarkable home in a quiet alley. It is already late when Lupina arrives. A warm light greets her as she opens the door. That's not a home! That's a bar! Dimitri. I knew I'd find you here. This is my private bar. You'll always find me here when I'm free. Here, your usual. 1 Tramonto with extra orange juice, less syrup, and 6 cubes of ice. He does run a bar too, which is why he's got the bar in his in his E2R. Okay. What's with this bag, by the way? I'm only not noticing like the weird color clash on it. Kiwi. I thought you'd be busier. The Casimiran's Red Wine Championship is in just a few days. Golden Prairie sent out an invitation to all the local wineries. We're not really in a position to participate, but I suppose you'll be there. It's a marketing opportunity, no matter who's organizing it. Yes, it is an opportunity. But I've made the necessary arrangements. I don't need to be there personally, for the rest. You prefer to hide here and mix drinks at your leisure? Just a little hobby of mine. You have your hobbies too, don't you? Would you care to check the drum set over there for me, my dear Winter? These two on screen together is pretty sick. She sits down in the drummer's chair and starts banging out a lively rhythm. Her foot stomps steadily on the cymbal pedal, while the movements of the drumsticks in her hand are clean and confident. Oh, she's just, Ave Musica. She's Namu, Yamu, is that a Yamu? Nyahalo, or whatever she says. Smuio ningrere, seblene con un fiorno, versa la lacrime de mamma, suelo mia tomba con vino. A song that every Syracusan child knows. You brought it to Nuovo Vocini. An arrangement. The original is too melancholic for this occasion. The streets are filled with vibrant Casimiran wine ads. A Syracusan must learn to read the room. Maybe not all the time. Elio told you about our winery. That's what you're here for. What's your plan? The Casimirans are coming to audit the assets tomorrow. I've already signed the letter of intent to sell. There weren't many workers left by the time Papa took over from Nonno. There's no point in carrying on. Traditional winemaking methods are time and labor intensive. The winery was operating at a loss by the time Papa passed it to me. A shame. But since you've already made your decision, what do you need from me? It's not like you to hesitate. The remaining workers, they're all skilled veterans. They'll do well no matter where they go. Saluzzo Vino has dozens of wineries under your label. There must be places that could use a pair of skilled hands. I'm not trying to force them on you. She's got such a puppy dog face when she does this one. I know the Familia's rules. You'll be doing me a huge favor. One that I'm not in any position to repay. Just give them a chance. Check them out and assign them based on your assessment and needs. Nothing to be nervous about. It's only natural that you'd want to take care of your family. And I do need to hire more hands. Grazie. All's well with the workers, but what about you? Me? I guess I'll chase my dreams in music. Frankly, I think I'm a much better drummer than I'm a vintner. The feigned nonchalance is accompanied by a series of drum riffs. They echo in this little private bar, never leaving the room. I imagine that he just he fidgets with it, like he's constantly flipping it open, lighting it, closing it, flipping open, lighting it, closing it, right? I can't. I just can't. Who's there? Elio? You're still here? Let me help. What? What? It's so quiet. I can hear the ringing in my ears. This used to be a lively place. Sounds of footsteps, barrels rolling, metal and glass clanging against each other, bubbles sizzling while grapes ferment. And now it's all... There is only silence left. Lupina slowly walks past the warehouse, the cellar, the vat. She knows this may be the last time she makes these checks. Her hand touches the antiquated equipment, the marks of age. The handle of the presser falls off the screw. No. The Casimiro's auditor is coming soon. How can my equipment break at a time like this? Oh, these stubborn little stuff. Got to screw it back. Ought to be just like a light bulb. It's stuck! Lupino. Davide, good timing. Come, help me fix this thing. The vertical screws can be stripped. It won't go back on. I was just going to tell you. I was doing my regular checks when I found that problem with the filtration system's hydraulic cylinder. It's cracked and can't maintain hydraulic pressure.
Lupa. The Kazmirans are here. Ooh, do you think someone intentionally, like, sabotaged it so they can get a better deal on this winery? A fine classic villa, Signorina Verdi. The wolf's head on the wine barrels is quite detailed, and even the stone tiles in the cellar are tastefully ornamented. It was my grandfather who painted them. Have we discussed what to do with your family's artwork? Would you like us to remove it intact and return it to you, or include it in the purchase? Remove it. Since the paintings on the tiles are the work of your late grandfather, we can arrange for an art preservation expert to remove them for you, should you wish. I assure you, they will not be damaged. Oh, then yes, please. The expert's fee will be at your own expense, of course. Ew. I knew it. Fine, I'll pay. Please make sure the tiles are removed intact and undamaged. Shall we proceed to the next item? Alright. Crusher, fermentation tank, presser, thermostat, filtration system. You have a full complement of winemaking equipment. Yes. It's my grandfather who procured it. They were the most popular models at the time. Very durable. Your grandfather? That was a while ago then. Still, it works well. Please, come and see our crusher. Uh-oh. Something called a crusher during an audit when, like, right before the scene there was a, like, bad sound. This machine crushes grapes with minimal loss. My grandfather retrofitted it with extra wide rollers, increasing production by... Uh-oh. There seems to be an issue with the sealing ring on the machine's connector, if I'm not mistaken. Equipment assessment is not my specialty, but I am under the impression that the sealing ring should not be exposed. And your thermostat? I took note of the temperature reading when I passed it. The temperature seems suboptimal for winemaking. Well, yes, the equipment may be a little old, but our workers maintain it regularly, and we have all the necessary spare parts on hand. So do I. We can get it repaired quickly. It will not affect delivery. If that's what you're concerned about, there's no need to worry. Your equipment was not included in our initial assessment. No! My spare parts! They're no longer on hand! Dang you. Traditional Syracusan equipment is inefficient and incompatible with our production lines. We did not intend to keep it to begin with. You may dispose of it as you see fit. The overarching theme of this event is foreign, like, bodies or, like, higher level, like, monopoly-esque companies coming in and, like, stripping all the soul out of the process, right? And it's really hammering it home between, like, last bit and this bit right now. This includes the oaken casks in the warehouse that you showed me. These handmade casks create uncontrolled impurities in the storage process, which are detrimental to quality control for mass-produced wine. Yeah, ew. You don't use oaken casks. We have replaced traditional oaken casks with steel containers, which have better aromatic properties and are more responsive to temperature control. Like, ew. You lose a lot of flavor. Merda. I sound like my nonno. That'll be a question for our inspector to worry about. I suggest you focus on where the offer meets your expectations. I assure you that you have nothing to worry about. It's the land on which your winery sits that we are interested in. We'll offer a fair price for it. We get a plot of excellent land, while you receive a reasonable payment in turn. It's a win-win agreement. Arrangement, even. I'll document the results of the audit. Then our legal representative will contact you to finalize the contract. Please reach out to her if you have any questions. Would you like to try a sip? If I recall correctly, we bought out Verde Winery's inventory last month, as you were in urgent need of liquidity to make payroll. There'll be no need to see me out. Have a nice day, Signorina Verde. The Kesmiran leaves the winery with his briefcase, takes one glance at the lonely vineyard, then gets into a black car that has been waiting for him outside. Takes a long while until the sound of the car's engine is long gone, for Lupina to come to her senses. It's over. Nono's winery sold. Just like that. I thought they would care more about our traditions and equipment. Nicolo. Presser and crusher, the thermostat and filtration system. I was the one who broke them. Oh, that's what the sound was. I know. I'm not here to blame anyone. You've been here so many years. I doubt you thought breaking a few pieces of equipment would stop the purchase. I just hope that they would stay. The pipes, Ilo. He did something else. I wanted to stop him, but I understand your anger. What's done is done. If the other didn't find it, there's no reason for us to tell him. Lupa. I wasn't much of a businesswoman, but I know how to tell a good guy from a bad one. The drunk papa of mine wasn't even born when you started working at the winery with my nonno. You know, used to measure my height with the presser. See the lines on the cylinder? It's for the best that it broke. At least it couldn't be sold. Verde Winery was my entire life. I watched every new bottle go out the door. Saw us weather one storm after another. I thought my granddaughter, or maybe my granddaughter's granddaughter, would get to see the new bottles going out. I didn't think of it in this way. If continuing the old ways won't protect them, maybe this is for the best. Is there anything else I can do? My son would like you to come to his daughter's 10th birthday party. With a bottle of wine her age, as is tradition. And take good care of this winery, until it really changes hands. Mio caro, Lupa. My dear Venter, I would very much appreciate if you would pay a visit to my private bar. You may help yourself to my collection. He told me to come, but he's nowhere to be found. People in Syracuse die every day. How's that enough for him to shut him? How's that enough to shut him up at home? Oh, is this after the murder, actually? He wants his guests to mix their own drinks. It's been a long time since I've done it. What was it that Nono said? Ah, fun little effect. Winemaking is a slow and gradual process. The wine begins to gain its unique flavor during fermentation, like a family slowly brought together. Sometimes, wines and juices of different flavors are mixed together before being presented for tasting. No. You're too young to drink. Are you listening, Lupa? That's a paintbrush, not a drumstick. I'm not done painting yet. Yes, you can play with it once I'm done. Look, this is our vineyard. This big wolf head is me. And the small one is you. You want to paint a couple of brushes too? 2 drumsticks. My mio caro Lupa sure has her own ideas. You want to be a musician, the most rhythmic drummer on Terra. Then, Nono's gonna be the best painter on Terra. No, I'm not angry, see? I'm painting right now on a wine bottle. What's up, Teal? Welcome in. Thank you, Teal. Hi. I'll take you to the cellar when it gets warmer and decorate the walls. I've wanted to do this for a long time. It took years just for the idea to take shape. Also, thank you for finding spare parts again. He was taken away earlier for a bit, but I'm glad he's back. I want you to both inherit the winery and have the freedom to become a musician. Your family should not make you give up your dreams. Guess it's come to this, Nono. I couldn't even come with a bottle from this year. Maybe a bit of music to lift the mood. The drummer walks to the instrument. There's a finely wrapped gift box on the stool, on which she has often sat. She lays down her drumsticks, opens the ribbon-wrapped gift box, and finds a bottle of wine within. The label features 2 wolf's heads by the grapevines. One large, one small. With 2 drumsticks by the ears of the smaller wolf, drawn with childless lines. Oh! The label says, Verdi, 1092. The drummer lays her hands on the bottle gently, then puts it back inside the box and takes up the drumsticks. The sound of song begins to echo through the bar. Samuel l'ingre, semplicemente con un fieno, versa le creme di mamma, sulla mia tomba con vino. That would go insanely hard if I knew what the beat that was supposed to be at. Dude, that's good. Common, Syracuse, W all across the board right now. These ones are going to be interesting. This is probably going to be the most interesting to me. These 2 should also be really, really good, especially, obviously, Bologna's. But, like, I have no idea what she's doing here yet. We saw her in the Red Wine Murder, but, like, she must know about the murder, is my guess. Alright. Let's go. For a long time afterwards, Irene thought back to her hesitation that night every time she drove her truck alone. The sky is completely dark by the time the truck stops at the edge of Court Square. She does not turn off the engine. The vibration is transmitted to her wrist via the steering wheel before gradually subsiding. She called Lavinia on her way, saying she has something to discuss. Oh, Lavinia! Ugh. Speaking of NPCs that are going to become playable characters theoretically, I don't know what to do, Lavinia. Irene mutters in the driver's seat, but she cannot bring herself to finish the sentence. You're the only one I can count on. Is she really the only one? Irene spends a few moments in bitter silence, as raindrops splash her face through a gap in the window. She turns off the engine. I made more money in one trip than I did in the last 2 weeks combined. Casmirans pay well. You showing off? Makeup payments for this week alone wiped out a whole trip's margin for me. I don't hear you talking about the heavy fines the Casimirans levy. Heh. Thanks for helping to pay my share. I've gotten paid. How much do I owe you? Don't worry about it. Brothers help each other out. Right, yeah. Save a portion and do my part next time someone gets fined.
Saving is the right move. Originium fuel prices are rising. I was just at the station, and boy, did it hurt to watch the numbers going up and up and up. I did run into a bloke from Leote Pharmacy at the fuel machine who will lend me his discount card. I should bring him a pack of smokes next time I go by this shop. Really? As long as Arena doesn't catch you hanging out with the wise guy. Hanging out with who? No, it's nothing. Ciao, Arena. Haven't seen you in a while. Think I'm gonna break your delivery record soon. Great. And as a reward, you get the transportation security paperwork from the Agenzia per la Siracusa dei Trasporti. Anything but the AST. It's time for me to go to my next job. A dopo. He's right. We haven't seen you in camp for a while. Have you gotten thinner? You gotta take care of your health. Osama will never forgive us. Don't change the subject. What were you chatting about? It's nothing, really. Oh, come on. When will you and Sam learn? Where is Sam anyway? I didn't see him anywhere in camp, and his schedule's empty for a few days. Where is he? He's been sick. Fever, vomit, and diarrhea, the whole shebang. I go home and lie down after last night's delivery. Gianni's taking his orders for today. Casimiran's not paid for days off, you know. Better to find a sub if we got one. Never mind. Get a doctor to look at him. You need him for something? Irene irritably shakes the object in her hand. It makes a swishing sound. The package is obviously wine bottle shaped. Never mind the Saluzzo Vino logo displayed prominently on it. Why did Saluzzo Vino send us a bottle of wine? I'd have thought that one of you dropped off a delivery in the mailroom if the package didn't have Sam's name on it. Oh, it's probably a moving gift for Sam's cousin's family. Moving gift? When his cousin's family first came to Nuovo Vicini, Signor Bologna, I mean Dimitri helped out. I think he mentioned he'd send a bottle of wine as a moving gift. It's just a little wine, Irene, and it's not for him. Sam quit drinking, you know that. I know, I'm just wondering if Signor Bologna knew about Sam's cousin. And you, Rogerio. I was trying to go shopping at your little supermarket a few days ago, only to find that it's become a Saluzzo Vino outlet. Since when have you gotten so friendly with each other? I rented it to them. Turns out managing a whole supermarket was more trouble than it's worth. And I figured I was better off driving trucks. Were you in some trouble I didn't know about? Something you couldn't tell me, but you were comfortable telling the Mafia? No, it's not that, Irene. Only you understand. Small favors are favors too, and all favors have to be repaid someday, with interest. But they're just helping us right now. Are they? The Red Wine Championship starts in a few days. Is it not obvious why Saluzzo Vino sent a moving gift right now? It's just a bottle of wine at this point, but what about later? Mafia money? The Familia's name? Will you go back to working for them like you used to? I'm worried about history repeating itself. I promise you it won't. Besides, under Nuovo Vicini's new order, even if you don't trust me, you should trust the mayor and Judge Lavinia. Isn't that right, Raiders from Cloudy? Hi, welcome to Raiders. Ace Windfall, fighting Bell Externer, Archer Service. Hi. Cloudy, I hope your Arknights was good. What were you up to? Sat, welcome in. Hi. Dust, welcome in. Hi. We are also playing Arknights right now. We are currently reading through Crossing, the Syracusan vignette that just came out and is currently still out there available right now for you. We are on part 4 of 6, and if you have not read this so far, I am a big Syracusa simp, fan, stan, whatever word you want to use for it, and every single one is hit. I enjoy these funny little characters a lot. Is the Clyde welcome in? Hi. I have to raid and run here, but I hope you enjoy the event of my beloved husband. Cloudy? I am. And also, fantastic taste, as expected. I hope you had good luck in your polls when you got them. I know I did. I got them in 30, so haha. But I hope you have a good night, and thank you for the raid. And of course, Cloudy, you are raiding and running, but any of the raiders, if you need to also raid and run, get a snack, get a drink, lurk, any of that good stuff, by all means, please do. Otherwise, feel free to stick around as we continue on with a little crossing. Animal Crossing without the animal, but with the animals, just in different ways. Animal Crossing 2, they finally made a sequel to it instead of just putting subtitles on it. Besides, on the Novo Volsini's new order, even if you don't trust me, you should trust the mayor and Judge Lavinia. It's not that I don't trust them, it's just... Never mind. Don't forget what happened at the Carnival. Avoid dealing with the Familiae. You may think they're just ordinary employees and shopkeepers, but everything they do is under the watchful eyes of the wise guys. I know it was traumatic for you, as it was for all of us. But things had changed for the Saluzos. Venezia Jr. is gone. It's a new era of leadership. It's got Dimitri. He's a cool guy. I got him. He's a good fighter. He's no Chang'e, but he does in his niche. He does really well, and you can use him as both of the fighters and the Lupos. It's great. Ruggiero is interrupted by the sound of his phone ringing. Irene says nothing. She shakes her head and turns around to leave. Ruggiero hears an urgent voice as soon as he picks up the phone.
Ruggiero, I can't reach Sam. What do I do? Come to the vehicle checkpoint at Dock 2. The Casimirs say they're slapping on an extra fine. I just can't get them to listen to me.
What? Seeing Ruggiero's anxiety, Irene gestures for him to pass the terminal. It's me. What's going on?
Irene! Oh, I'm so glad you're here. Sam's been running a fever, so I swapped shifts with him. His run just happened to be on the way to my order, but the Casimirans changed the delivery destination at the last minute, and I didn't make it in time. I tried to explain, but the Casimiran doesn't seem to understand what I'm saying. He keeps saying I broke the contract, and he's demanding I pay a fine. Please hurry, Irene. The print on my contract is tiny and thick, and I can't make sense of it. I'm on my way.
Surely you can make an accommodation. It was your side that changed the delivery address at the last minute. Why should the driver pay a penalty? Commissioner, all orders are logged in our system and our adjustments are made according to the published schedule. Drivers bear responsibility for any shift changes they make themselves. But the contract makes it quite clear. Exceptions compromise our ability to enforce our contracts in the future. Continuing this argument does neither of us any good. If the driver doesn't leave now, based on road conditions and the published schedule, you may be held in substantive breach of the contract, resulting in a fine equal to 15% of the order. It will also be your 7th penalty of the month. Therefore, the windows for any subsequent orders will be tightened accordingly. Yikes. Irene cannot recall what she saw in the forced smile that Gianni offered her. Was it regret or apology? Gianni departed promptly upon hearing the foreign businessman's kind words, before Irene could intervene, muttering a few words of self-encouragement to himself. I can't just let it go like this, thought Irene. Back already, Irene. How did things go with Gianni? Do we keep a copy of the Casimiran contracts at the camp? Bring it to me. What's going on? Terms. Something's not right. There are certain parts that don't seem reasonable. We need to talk it over with our people. Johnny's trouble hasn't been resolved, has it? No. But I'll take care of it. I knew it. The drivers have tried to talk to the Casimir informally. So the outcome, I think you can guess. We were talking about how to handle Gianni's fines while you were away. His wife just gave birth to twins, and the folks at home are not in the best of health. Thankfully, Demet... Rugerio stops in mid-sentence. Irene asks no more. Perhaps she's afraid that she might ask how the mob boss learned about the issues facing Gianni's family, when she herself has only heard of them just moments ago. She feels like she has spent too long in her office. So long that she can barely recognize her family anymore. Same as it was 2 years ago. Get the contract. I'll be fine. Find a way to deal with it. The ST's drivers do not rely on kindness to strangers, especially those looking to hide their traps. The lighting at the Casimiran Chamber of Commerce's reception room is much warmer than the Agencia per la Seguridad de Transportes office, the thick rug thoroughly muffling the sounds of any footsteps. The water and documents on the table are placed such that one cannot tell if this is the table of a formal negotiation or simply a courtesy discussion. The Casimiran representative arrives a little earlier than appointed and is looking at the documents when Irene arrives. He sets the papers down and stands to greet her. Irene sits without engaging in small talk. I wish to make certain adjustments to the cooperation between the AST and the KCC. The drivers are not machines. They're doing their best to cooperate, and while it's true they must sometimes be held responsible for breaches of contract, many more are attributable to a disconnect between contract terms and reality. Too many of these terms are unreasonable. Irene takes out a stack of contracts and pushes them forward. The edges are frayed from excessive flipping, and the pages are heavily labeled. On their own, the individual terms may not seem unreasonable. Taken together, however, they serve to put all the pressure on the lowest rung of the ladder. The Casimiran representative flips through the contract, reading it carefully, staying on one page for minutes, seemingly to confirm the detailed wording. After some time, he finally puts it away. I understand your concerns. Indeed, we have also noted the recent freight disruptions. However, the terms of the contract are clear, and you had the opportunity to review them before you signed it. Yes, because none of us realized that they would be relevant at the time so often. The rules themselves are not contradictory. It's just that the current operating conditions are tighter than expected. What is your request then, Commissioner? I'd like more flexibility when dealing with the edge cases. At least for the time being. Some space in implementation, if nothing else. I think it would be conducive to better cooperation in the future. The Casimiran representative is silent for a moment. Irene has a feeling that the silence is not a hesitation, but an assessment of whether the statement calls for the dignity of a response. A fleeting feeling. Nothing more. Marking every single little adjustment would be a considerable burden on management moving forward. However, we could, shall we say, set the recent records aside for the time being. What do you mean, set aside? They'll not be referenced at the current stage, at least not until the scheduling cycle is over. What about penalty records of individual drivers? They'll not be scrutinized individually at the current stage. You may focus your time and energy on ensuring smooth overall operation. Small problems will not be examined so closely when the big picture is secure. We too would prefer that our partners are able to work without pressure. We recognize, of course, that recent circumstances are exceptional,
We appreciate your contributions in dealing with the increased workload associated with the upcoming Red Wine Championship. Yeah, the AST has committed virtually all of our capacity to the Red Wine Championship's orders. I appreciate our Casimiran partners' understanding of our drivers' circumstances. For better cooperation in the future. Yes? I'll adjust our schedules and review the conditions of our drivers. I recognize that doing business with you has been very beneficial for our members. Irene stands up and shakes hands with her counterpart. The hand held in hers is firm, without applying excessive force, and the expression on the man's face remains polite, exactly as it was when Irene entered the room. We'll review the next steps once things have settled down a bit. Irene nods. Cool. Dude. Irene even feels a slight spring in her step as she leaves the room, carrying the contract. She did not cede ground. The feeling helps ease the anxiety that she felt before she came, but also causes a pang of regret. If only she had come sooner to advocate for the drivers. If only she had checked the contract more carefully. Though everything is resolved now, at least there is room to negotiate. Irene spends the next day tallying the violation on all the drivers, the AST's available budget, and even her own savings. Later, she goes back to the camp to tell the others not to worry about the fines. Everything is getting better, just like the sunny weather that has graced Nuovo Volsini recently, thinks Irene. Sam is already feeling better by the time he leaves the pharmacy. In terms of his wallet, at least, he's been better off for 3 days. His fever has subsided and he feels ready to go back to work. Can't have the others sub in for me all the time. Figure out my schedule tomorrow, then hit the ground running. Who's calling at this hour? Hello? Oh, Tommaso. From Saluzzo Vino. Thanks for the flu and fever pills you gave me the other day. They were great. I was just looking for them in the pharmacy to keep them on hand for the next time I get a fever. Oh, you're too kind. You said the order wasn't urgent, but I didn't want to hold you up your business any longer, so I took it upon myself to deliver it. Didn't expect to see medicine boxes in with the pay. Weren't there when I picked it up, but I guess it was you who put the meds in there. You Saluzzos are too kind. Oh, sorry. Bolognese, of course. You Bolognese are too kind. So, what do you need from me at a time like this? Your boss forgot to add a few crates to delivery, and no one's available. And you need it for tomorrow's Red Wine Championship. We can't have that. I'm just 1 block away from your winery. I'll get it. Should only take a few minutes on my bike. Don't worry about a fee. Neighbors help each other out, after all. You insist? Alright. Have it your way. We can talk about it after I deliver the wine. Ooh. I guess even big companies slip up every once in a while. Good thing Tommaso found me. How'd he get my number anyway? Did I ever tell him? Oh, never mind. That's not important. What is important is that a Nuovo Volsini's wine wins this Red Wine Championship. The Casimirans make good wine. Couldn't possibly be as good as the Syracusan stuff at any rate. 2 more stops till we get to the venue. Where'd that truck come from? Oh, the driver scared the shit out of me when he swerved. Oh, good thing the wine's okay. Must have dozed off and missed the red light, I guess. Oh, yikes, the whole truck slipped over. The driver's okay. I should call the police.
Johnny! Is that you? Somebody, help! My fratello's hurt! Hey, you! Tommaso, you're here too? Help me get him out from under the wreck. I'll call an ambulance. Hello, there's been a crash. The driver's out cold. I need an ambulance right now. Someone also told me their boss will pay for Gianni's medical bills and the truckload of wine. Said Gianni might not have crashed if they didn't ask me to make the delivery, and the Casimiran stuff wouldn't have spilled. And then? And what? Nothing. That's all Tommaso told me. Just an act of kindness, Irene. Tommaso says the owner of Saluzzo Vino is very troubled about Gianni, that he never expected such a terrible accident. Besides, Gianni's in hospital and he needs the money. You were at the Casimiran's place for a while. What are they saying? Do we need to pay compensation for the goods, or is it Saluzzo Vino's responsibility? Casimiran said they can write off the goods. Irene stops mid-sentence. She feels a lump in her throat. Her gaze falls upon the truck sitting on the edge of the camp. It's not been repaired yet, and the broken glass inside the truck gleams in the sunlight. And they put it, they agree to not pursue individual liability for the incident. It takes a few moments for Sam to process the weight of the message, whereupon he visibly lets out a sigh of relief. What about Gianni? No personal restitution. He'll be treated as a failed contract. They'll write off the loss of goods. Nice words they used, sharing risks and treating partners fairly. That's great. Honestly, I don't think Gianni could handle paying restitution. He's got way too much on his plate already. He's been taking so many jobs lately, the fatigue must have gone to him. Anyway, tell the friend who asked you to run the errand that we don't need their help. The AST's insurance will pay part of Gianni's medical bills, and I'll deal with the rest. Sure, alright. Boy's been talking about shipping in for the bills anyway. I'll do my part too. No, Tommaso, right? I'll give him a call now. Oh, come on. Doubt the Casimirans will let it go so easily. So it's about their nice words. What about the not so nice ones? Made it very clear that this was an exception that they only agreed to based on our current partnership. What do you mean? It means that they want us to be more proactive in working within their system, such as future schedules, routes, and other things that we used to decide on our own. As for penalty records, they said they'll assess them in aggregate. Bunch of officialese for internal reference only, no direct fines. That's what they said before, too. Formal renegotiations with the Casimirans regarding the specifics will take place after the Red Wine Championship. We won't let them put unreasonable terms into the contract this time. Anyway, that's all about the truckload of wine. Don't ask questions, and don't think too much about it. It's all in the past now. Marina, I know what you're trying to say. I don't need it. We don't need it. It's all done. Don't worry. Find a way. Things will get better for drivers at the AST. For the Truckers Union. For a long time afterwards, what Irene recalls most vividly about those two negotiations is not anything that her counterpart said, but the strange confidence that she had. She believed that things would solve themselves if they were put out in the open, as long as rules and boundaries were upheld, even without having to rely on those forces that she was loath to involve. Not now, I don't have time for you. Irene impatiently waves away the Lupo delivery man behind her and turns to face the smartly dressed Caranta. She's anxiously yet helpless. She's anxious yet helpless, unsure what to do with her raised hand. But we couldn't possibly pay such an amount. And what do you mean you'll end our partnership if we don't accept? Didn't we say the other day? Our agreement that day was based on the circumstances before that day. Our demands today are based on the changes that will occur after today. The tone was calm, impassive, as though it was simply stating an indisputable fact, and it was kind enough to explain it again for Irine's sake. We will not intervene with the assignment of responsibility for the traffic accident, nor do we intend to influence the judgment of the relevant authorities. But the destruction of the goods is the outcome, and nothing can change that. Not to mention the poisoning. Oh. As fate would have it, it was supposed to be our wine that the conductor in question last sampled, yet Alupo claims that he had asked someone to deliver it. And the vehicle that delivered the samples under suspicion happened to be the one that caused the accident involving the truck delivering our wine. So yes, the wine that got picked up by Sam via the phone call we saw earlier is the wine that did end up being drank, which in a way implies, like, did Bologna set this all up? But I wonder if instead someone in Bologna's organization set him up to fail, or if there is other bits happening. We don't know in full yet, but we're pulling at that red thread. The SU drivers have nothing to do with the poisoning. Of course, I fully believe that. At least I do from a traffic perspective. Traffic perspective? Regardless of whether the rider violated the traffic laws, his actions objectively impacted the non-delivery of our goods. He created a high-risk environment at a critical juncture, the result of which was that the contract was not fulfilled according to agreement. So you're going after someone who did not commit any actual violations? Going after is such a strong phrase. I said nothing of the sort. We're simply assessing the associated liabilities in accordance with the law. The Karanta pauses, then continues. The portions of damages that insurance does not cover must, of course, be borne by the liable parties. Business is business, Commissioner Arena. I beg your understanding. Business? This is highway robbery! We regret that you see it as such. I assure you, our company is most disappointed in this turn of events. Meanwhile, we invite any interested drivers to pick up a pamphlet in hopes of future cooperation. We continue to welcome rational choices. Wayne, Rene, say something. There's no way I can deal with what's going on this piece of paper myself. I guess I'll have to go to... No! Then what do you suggest I do? You didn't sign that partnership agreement with those foreigners. That crash would never have happened, and Gianni wouldn't be lying in a hospital right now. I know you just want to help us make money, but those Kazmirans are going to sue me. Never even seen that much money in my entire life. How am I supposed to pay it? You said the regulations would protect the truckers union. No, the AST's drivers once we were part of the municipal system. I shouldn't have to deal with this on my own, right? I know, I'll find a way. Well, either you do that, or I go and talk to that Bologna associate behind you. Irina reflexively opens her mouth to say no, as she had done so many times whenever the subject is broached, but no words come out. She sees a few drivers standing around the Karanta in the distance, the same typical smile plastered over his face as always. The man stands there, patiently holding a pamphlet, sometimes nodding and sometimes replying softly, looking more like a counselor listening to someone's troubles than a salesman trying to advertise something. The drivers listen to the Karanta's explanations with perplexed expressions on their faces,
while casting subtle, searching glances at Irene. Don't worry. Find a way. I will. It's been a long time since Irene last drove a truck to work. It's been a long time since she drove a truck on the new city's roads. Parking spaces are always at a premium at the city hall, where Ignacia Policiarcusia de Transportes offices are located. Sicurezza. Visitors from local businesses, guests from foreign trade associations, drivers of the AST, colleagues from other departments, vehicles of all shapes and sizes come and go. There's no space for a truck. In the afternoon, when Irene is driving her truck out of the camp, she overhears the other drivers discussing the pamphlets that the Casimiran representative brought. Some with excitement, others with suspicion. They talk about the number of fines this quarter, the profits of each job, and their children potentially getting to work for a winery, a pharmacy, or a vehicle factory. The pamphlets paint a picturesque future, not so different from what she saw when she chose the foreigners in order to reject the Familia. But she knows that they also represent other things. Irene continues to drive for a long time, as the colors of dusk fill the sky. She dials a certain number on her terminal. Lavinia? It's me, Irene. I'm coming over to the courthouse right now. I need to talk to you. It's important. Really? I'm glad it cut there, but at the same time, I thought this was going to be different, and I thought, like, maybe Lavinia would be a bigger part of this. And so I now wonder, like, is Lavinia going to be in here or here? Because neither, like, assuming that these are all fairly independent of each other, I don't know where, like, Lavinia comes in now. This makes the most sense, because obviously, I was saying yesterday where, like, Leon Tuzo has Dimitri and Lavinia as, like, the angel and the devil on his shoulder. And so you can get a scene where Lavinia and Dimitri are talking between each other, talking about potentially Bologna in a way, and about, like, the future of Novo Vocini entirely, but, like, why are we gonna see this conversation at all? And if so, why would this be in here? Weird. Cool, though. Shall we? Back to the night of the incident. What wonderful lighting. It complements your emerald eyes. Oh, how lucky I am to have a girl with such beautiful eyes. Oh, is that her mom? Oh, God. You talk like I'm the one about to go on stage, Paula. But, yeah, you sure are lucky to have a daughter who can handle both performance and paperwork so brilliantly. Alright, Liesl. Yes, yes. So, my good daughter, I trust you'll handle tomorrow's meeting with the new shopping mall on the corner. I have some new pieces brewing in my mind, and I'd like to put them to paper after the Red Wine Championship. Of course, Paula. Leave it to me. You should head to the stage now. Your performance is about to begin. Everyone will know of our Schwarzervorhang orchestra after today's performance, and I'm sure you'll be busy. The stage lights peek through the gap between the backstage curtains, outlining the Caprina's horns as she raises her baton. She saw only a silhouette. Under the slanted, cellular lamps, the reflections off the drinking glasses faded and reappeared as the figure moved. Lieza wanted to approach the figure. Perhaps they were lost and in need of directions. But she only took one step before the other turned in response and quickly moved past the shelves. As the two brushed shoulders, the light revealed towering horns atop a black hood. Horns. A Caprini's horns. I'm sorry. blinding stage lights shine down on the floor where Paula fell. They spelled it wrong. The spilled wine pooling glaringly like fresh blood. Her mother's lips, which were smiling and praising her, are now dyed a shade of ominous wine red. The bright lights cause the Ezel's vision to blur, yet Paula's lifeless eyes fail to capture any of it. Paula? Mama! Liesel. Uh-huh.
I was just saying, we'll handle the partnership and payment according to the contract. I'm sure you understand.
Sorry, I was a little distracted.
No worries. I understand you're trying to keep the orchestra together after such a huge blow. It must be difficult. Again, I'm so sorry for what happened to Frau Paula. The city has lost a beautiful and talented artist. I myself am grieving the tremendous loss. I can imagine how her adopted daughter must feel.
I appreciate your sympathy.
I hope you bounce back quickly. I've prepared some condolence gifts for your group. You can share them later.
You shouldn't have. We're honored to simply be working with you. So, about the performance fee.
Don't worry about it.
Oh no.
We won't claw back the deposit. But as I was about to say, we have decided to not continue our cooperation. I hope your group can find solace and weather this difficult time.
Wait, you're not renewing the contract?
Yes. Without a dazzling pearl like Frau Paula, your orchestra has lost its backbone.
This guy sucks.
I fear the standard of your performances will not return to its original level anytime soon. After all, we are a business, not a charity. Sorry. Was that too blunt of me?
Then, what about our performances scheduled for the next 2 days?
Cancelled, of course. The original plan was to let our guests enjoy your music accompanying their wine tasting. But now City Hall has closed the theater for an investigation of this incident, so there's no way to continue the competition. I'm suffering a terrible loss too, you know.
Then, what about the fees for the previous performances? Our Red Wine Championship warm-up performances were perfectly fine, popular even.
Our contract clearly states, in the event that force majeure leads to the termination of or cancellation of a performance, the client is not obliged to pay the corresponding fee. In other words, we pay the balance only after all the performances have been properly performed. Perhaps your grief caused you to forget this clause.
No, that's not...
No one wanted this to happen. It's a terrible loss for us as well, so I hope you and your orchestra can empathize. If there's anything else we can help with, just let us know and we'll try our best to assist.
I understand. If you ever need our services in the future, just let me know.
Of course, of course. But I must ask, will your group be alright to perform without Frau Paula?
I hate this guy. Like, dude, what the hell? Liesel, you're finally back. Timpani pulls Liesel onto the sofa in the middle of the rehearsal room, then sits down next to her, awkwardly patting her shoulder. His back is straight, but his bloodshot eyes betray his effort to remain chipper. Man, that Chernik's a stubborn one. Didn't think he'd insist on discussing the contract with you just because your mother's signature was on it. We already told him to come to us. You just suffered a tragic loss. How could he talk business with you right now? Right? He has no clue how close you two were. You know, we can tell at a glance how long you spent sobbing last night. Just stay put here, Liesel.
Enough worrying over the past 2 days. Let us old-timers handle the rest. Just look at your hands. All wrinkly and callous from doing the cleaning and chores all by yourself just to save money. Uh-huh. No, I'm fine. Actually, I'd rather you all not worry yourselves over this. Just concentrate on rehearsal. Right. So, what did he say about our future performances? Same as usual, or are we doing something new? But Paola didn't finish her new piece. About that. Our future performances are all cancelled. Jarek also says we only get the balance payment after all the performances are done, but now... What? Hey, Timpani. Trombone stops Timpani from continuing his onslaught of expletives with a tiny pinch and gestures with her eyes for him to show some consideration to the girl on the sofa. Sorry, Leozel. I wasn't mad at you. Don't worry. Damn that Jarek bullying a girl. Has he no heart? The Red Wine Championship ended just a while ago. You haven't even had the chance to recover, and he lays this on you? Leozel, you should go to bed. You haven't gotten a wink of sleep since yesterday. I left a cup of hot sissy milk in your room, so have some, alright? Oh, no, it might have gone cold by now, actually. Why don't I go warm it up for you? Leozel opens her mouth to answer, but nothing comes out as she notices everyone's red eyes and tired expressions. She manages nothing and ultimately shakes her head weakly, refusing Trombone's offer as she gets up to leave. In the hallway outside the room, she leans against the wall, listening to the vague murmurs from inside. What do we do now? Paola's gone, and so is our performance fee. We were counting on this championship to get our name out there and secure new gigs, but now it's gonna be nearly impossible. We need cash to rent our rehearsal space for instrument maintenance, and food isn't free either. Paola didn't have much saved. She shared whatever she had with us. Let's pull what we have. I think we can manage another 10 to 15 days or so. But who will conduct us now that Paola's gone? How are we going to perform without her? How did she even... That Bologna Lupo. Why did he hurt our Paola? Just makes no sense. What does his mafia have to do with us? Maybe they thought she was in someone's way. Or do we break one of their rules by taking gigs here? Who knows? Syracusan gangsters are a ruthless bunch. City Hall says investigations are ongoing, but who knows if they'll actually go anywhere? What can we even hope for? This city is still Syracuse after all. I think they're just pretending to exercise the law. Personally, I think we should never forget what the Bolognas did to Paola. If I ever see one of their mobsters, my fist is going straight in their jaw. Don't be so rash. If they could murder Paola just like that, I'm sure they could end our lives just as easily. We all came from Lithuanian. Could it be they're after Lithuanians? Surely not. That's not it. I don't know how else to explain it. Why would they go after a woman as great as Paola? I've had enough of the Syracusan Mafia. Why don't we just leave for Victoria or somewhere even further? How's Columbia sound? We might have to quit playing, but we can do odd jobs or whatever to feed ourselves. Just like we did before we met Paola. We should take Leozel with us. Of course. Even if I only earn enough for a bowl of macaroni, you bet half of it's going to the girl. She'll not starve on my watch. Leozel does not manage to make out what the rest say in response, nor does she have the will to listen further. She only feels her head spinning, her eyes stinging, her entire body heavy like lead. She only wants to fall into Paola's embrace.
You think timpani but one was called bassoon, dude. They got great names, mind you, but Liesl does not return to her own bed, and instead opens the door to Paola's room. Paola forgot to shut the window tight on the day of the championship, and the rain from last night had soaked the nearby stack of music sheets. Even a day later, the paper remains wrinkled. I forgot to close the window again. Oh. Even though I'd remind her every night. Honestly, everything else might as well be dust once she dove into her music. Paola. The tears she tried her best to hold back for the sake of the meeting with the Casimiran businessmen and the orchestra now burst forth once more. Liesl gathers the sheets by the window, trying to smooth out the wrinkles on the paper, but even her fingers appear to her as blurry as the notes soaked by the rain. She knows how dreadful and silly she must look. If Paola saw her like this, she'd join in the crying too. Have a good night, Gabriel. Paola had been accompanying Liesl to her parents' graves when they overheard a lady performing a foreign melody nearby. She cried the same way Liesl is crying now. The trombone player was startled by the red-eyed Paola, but later became part of the family, just like bassoon and even timpani. Paola had been standing at the pier when she discovered timpani driving piles into the ground with a steel drill. "You have a good sense of rhythm," she said. "So why not join my orchestra as a timpani player?" Leah's asked Paola before why someone as talented as her would leave Lithuanian. Paola only tilted her head in response then. She didn't fully understand herself. Why didn't her countrymen understand that she only wanted to perform the pieces she liked? Why couldn't they accept even that? These scores were her favorite. The paint on this metronome's flaking off. She must have brought it from Lithuanian. Oh. So this earring was all the way in the back of the drawer. Paola was so sad when she thought she lost it. This costume has been altered so many times and it's still not finished. She said she'd wear it to the performance in 2 days. Lisa gently picks up the crimson dress, her fingers tracing the gold thread on the neckline. The fabric is somewhat old with dye fading at its fraying edges, but the elaborate embroidery work is as brilliant as ever. Next to the dress hanger is a staff, standing in silence. Her staff. You had so much to teach me about arts. So why? Why did someone do that to you? The streetlights outside the window flicker to life, and passing headlights flash in and out of her vision, blurred by her overflowing tears. Light. A flash of light. The flash of light reflected off the drinking glass. Liesl's fingers freeze. A blurry fragment surges forth from her memories, like ice on a lake, suddenly cracking from all the suppressed water. The slender, hooded figure, half hidden behind a shelf. The spotlight shining down, illuminating the glass in his hand. Towering horns under the light. That's the man I thought was lost in the cellar. But he's Caprine. That's no bologna and no lupo either. There's no way. What's going on? My trombone says we have nothing to do with the mafia. Could it be Bonnie really has nothing to do with this? Or maybe he's not the murderer. But then, what? Why a Caprine? Liesa looks up, her gaze fixed on the photo on the headboard of Paolo's bed. A formal group photo of the Svorzervorhang Orchestra after a performance. Other than a few Alafia, the other members, numbering a dozen or so, are all Caprine. Once she joked to Paola, asking if she intended to recruit every Lithuanian Syracusa into the group, and Paola laughed, saying it would be wonderful. What if that person was no stranger, but one of our players in disguise? No way, how could I suspect one of our own? But I have to find the killer. I have to know who killed Paola. Paola, when you were teaching me arts, you said telling the truth can sometimes hurt, but it's like a flame. Warm and powerful. Always told me to never lie and to do the right thing. But what if doing it would scorch our family? Liesl bites her lip, trying to stop herself from voicing her thoughts, but they only remain stuck in her head. The exhaustion, shocks, pain, and fear from the past few days has squeezed her into a tiny ball, primed to blow. Her tears no longer flow. She only feels cold. I'm gonna be honest. I didn't think this was gonna be a murder mystery, like originally, until I saw the red wine murder as the name of the thing. And we're not going into Austrian wine poisoning territory, which is a little bit of a shame because I would have loved that. But it's really interesting that it's basically a whodunit, where we're only really getting to the whodunit at the very, very end of it. And you have so many different parts coming together that I'm wondering what the keystone piece is to tie this all together. Just a few more days until that murder has been sentenced, and then we'll bring Liesl with us and leave this place. What's wrong? See that luxury hotel over there? Huh. Bologna businesses wherever we go. Huh? You mean the priciest place, the one that's impossible to book, is theirs too? Scheisse, they sure are raking in the cash. Rich men like them probably can buy themselves an acquittal, right? I do every damn thing myself. Just you wait. I'll stab him a couple of times someday. Enough. Forget what Trombone said. Besides, with that lame leg of yours, the cops would catch you right after you got your first stab and you just break Liesl's heart again. Do you think Timpani did it? The lame leg feels like a very key element to like what a killer would have. Alright. We can't let her suffer anymore. I still can't just let it be. Fine. Why don't we go outside and spit on the ground? Let's go. No, that won't blow off enough steam. I need to get in a good punch or two. I'm the most stubborn man of this orchestra. Fine. Come along. Are they gonna go to like an underground boxing ring where they're gonna box Bologna for a little bit? I need it. I need it to happen. Come on. What? Timpani and Bassoon have been detained? For getting into a conflict on Bologna property? Oh my god. No, I'm not Paola. No, nothing. Yes, I'm Liesl Meminger. The phone number is correct. Alright, I'll come at once. Boys. She's barely managed to drift off when a shrill ringtone interrupts her sleep. Liesl cannot decide if the caller's description of what happened or the resulting scene taking shape in her imagination is more devastating. Her heart pounds violently as she puts on a coat before heading outside. Perhaps because it is late at night, or maybe because a murder just happened. I assume the wine murder? She fails to find a cab for hire. Yes, okay, the wine murder.
In a moment of desperation, she starts sprinting towards the nearest police station. Pizza cop? The night wind whispers to her like a background noise leaking from an old stage. Leoza runs as fast as she can, even though her foggy thoughts only get noisier the more she tries to calm herself down. Did they actually go looking for Bologna Associates? Did someone make a move? Did they do something for me? For Paula? The wind stings her eyes, but she runs even faster, her balance nearly slipping. Personally, I think we should never forget what the Bolognas did to Paula. And no, there's no way. If I ever see one of their mobsters, my fist is going straight into their jaw. She's got a really good despair face, by the way. Timpani bassoon. No, they wouldn't do such things. Leoza gasps her breath like a bellows about to burst as the night wind slips into her arms, sending her into shivers. She notices a few passersby ahead, looking at her as if they have spotted a lunatic. She does not care. All she thinks is to go. Fast. Faster. But the closer she gets to the police station, the more the grayish-white building seems to slowly press down on her, like a huge, unfeeling stage curtain. Leoza slows down. She stands on the street corner and spots an officer smoking outside at the gate in front of the lit-up station entrance. For a second, she seems to want to turn and run. Did they do this thinking they had no other choice? Because I'm so useless? What if they actually did something? What if one of them is the real culprit? What if I find the truth and it's an answer to the orchestra or I can't bear to hear? She hates herself for doubting them. She hates how her first reaction upon hearing Familia Bologna and detained was not to defend them, but to freeze as she recalled those towering horns. What should I do? Paula. Daughter of mine, our orchestra wouldn't be what it is today without you. I'm so thankful. Yes, I'll always be with you, and the rest of the orchestra needs you too. Lieza, my girl, my pride and joy. Someday you'll stand on the stage in my stead. No, not just me. It's never been for me. One day you'll become the best conductor in all of Volsini. All of Syracuse. The winds seem to have stopped. Leoza slowly but surely drags her heavy feet into the building. Ooh, those aren't Bologna men. Those look like those look like Saluzzo men, yeah. Hold on a second here. The one on the left was definitely Saluzzo man. The one on the right, I could be acquiesced either way, but the one on the left was like very Saluzzo coded. So you're saying Timothy didn't hit you and what the? Who knew? I don't think I've seen this sprite in like ever, or at the very least it's been a really long time since other bourgeoisie jerk showed up here. Oh my god. Why does he only have one half glove? What is this? Good lord. So you're saying Timothy didn't hit you and struck these two Colombian businessmen instead? Right on, by the way, Timpani. Good job. They deserved it. Ugh. Yeah, that's right. Well, I got hit too, actually. But hey, old man, you got a bum leg and your arms back a bunch. Damn straight, I'm a first-rate percussionist. You bet I'm good at hitting things. Only the Colombian fattass didn't trip into your second jab, huh? Dude, the cops are back.
So, here's the situation. We got a call about 4 troublemakers on the street, and then it turned into a fight between 6. After some questioning, we determined these 2 Colombian gentlemen in the Bologna Aldor Hall Hotel were fighting with the hotel staff. Staff had asked the Colombian men to step outside, but once they were on the street, the businessmen suddenly became violent. Meanwhile, these 2 members of the Swarservagunahong Orchestra tried to mediate the fight, but ended up involving themselves in the scuffle. Hold on, what? 2 Colombian gentlemen in the hall were fighting with... So the Colombians were fighting the Mafia, and then they intervened? What the... Is there a fake story going on here? Yeah, it's all that Fasso's fault. He's drunk and was harassing our receptionist.
Harassing? Not at all. I was just a paying guest in the hotel when suddenly I took a hit. Mark my words, I'm not done with you just yet.
Haven't had enough? You were the ones who stumbled into this lobby drunk yelling, "Why should I line up? Give me the biggest, most mafia-style room." Mafia style? What were you getting at throwing words like that around a legitimate business establishment? Scared off the guests who were trying to check in. You're acting like that's no big deal. Exactly. Even from the entrance, we clearly saw you scare the receptionist to tears. Yo, this is Mr. Alex Raven. Welcome in. Thank you, thank you.
Hey, zip it. Bassoon pinches Timony hard, who yelps and looks up to see Lae'zel's ashen expression. Sorry, Lae'zel. You shouldn't have been called out here at this hour. All of us have you listed as our emergency contact. Paula told us to, so... it's my fault. I should have stopped him. Lae'zel, say something. The silence is scaring me. So the 2 of you helped someone who didn't need your help in the first place? Huh? That seems to be the case, yeah. Lae'zel is rendered speechless as she looks at both pairs of Bologna mobsters and Colombian businessmen. Are the mobsters trying to get on their good side and throw the Colombians under the bus? Because that's what it feels like right now. And I'm okay with that because I don't think the mobsters, in this case, are the bad guys. I think? In the middle, Timpani and Bassoon are huddling in fear like foul beasts caught in the rain. Their pitiful gazes aimed at Lae'zel. When was it? When was the last time I saw something so absurd? Hey. A lot of good sky imagery in this event. At the pier, faced with Paola's invitation, Timpani shook his head in confusion and ignored the 2 to resume his hammering. With his rhythmic hammering in the background, Lae'zel saw Paola suddenly straighten herself and her collar. Was it Farna Odyssey? Welcome in. Hi. So you're used to having no legal danger and throwing down over nothing? I guess in a way that's true, but you would think in New Volcini things would be very, very different. Because that's the entire idea, is that the rule of law should be prevalent in New Volcini. With his rhythmic hammering in the background, Lae'zel saw Paola suddenly straighten herself and her collar. Foreman, sir, I'd like to resign on this gentleman's behalf. From today onwards, he will no longer be able to hammer for you, but he shall join me in exploring the beautiful possibilities in the world of music. Now then, arrivederci, my good foreman. Huh? No, wait, what? Resign? Goodbye? Who said he could go? What, he can't? Of course not, it's day labor. But he's not even done yet, and you want to take him away? He'll slow us down. Oh, I see. Is this enough then? Go hire some other. Go find another master artisan like Timpani here, and you won't fall behind schedule. But, The foreman was clearly shocked by Paola's actions. Her words stunted Timpani. Paola girl bossing really hard here. Beyond Paola was Liesl, tugging on mother's sleeve with an expression both amused and annoyed. Paola, that's supposed to feed us for a whole week. Huh? Really? Everyone stayed awkwardly silent for a moment before the foreman quickly grabbed the florin from her, as if afraid she'd change her mind.
Hey, you over there. Go find another worker for me.
The foreman turned to yell and left the trio, depriving Timpani of a chance to respond. Huh? I'm sorry, Liesl. Maybe you should manage the money from now on. And now, we three will busk on the street. I'm sure we can earn back enough for tonight's dinner. The fiery sunset clouds from that day come back to life inside Liesl's mind. The dumbfounded Timpani, the satisfied and smiling Paola, and her resigned self, shaking her head, were all bathed in a warm sunset glow, in the shade of a beautiful future. Wow. Our whole family is so silly. Paola, Timpani, bassoon, trombone, everyone. Even me. I'm the biggest fool of us all. How could I have suspected my own family? There's no way anyone would do anything like that. It's alright, Liesl. I did what I did, and I'll pay the price, so don't worry your little head over this. It's just a few days behind bars, probably. I'm used to skipping meals. Can you start a beat, Timpani? Any rhythm is fine, just one you like. What? Timpani's bold declaration to pay the price for his actions is interrupted by Liesl's sudden request. He exchanges a glance with the bassoon and even meets eyes with the Bologna mobsters and Colombian businessmen. But the undeniable authority in her voice sends Timpani's hand involuntarily tapping on a metal bar. With his rhythmic tapping in the background, Liesl straightens her back as well as her collar, looking towards the Colombian businessman. Hold on, do I have metal on me? Allow me to introduce myself. I'm Liesl, the leader of the Schwarzenegger Orchestra. I can't keep whatever beat I was doing while doing that while reading that. We are the finest orchestra in all Nuovo Volsini, which I'm sure you can tell from the excellent live performance by my Timpani player, yeah? I should also mention, we have a wonderful bassoon player in our midst, but I regret we do not have the equipment to offer a demonstration right now. Alright, now that the introductions are out of the way, firstly, I would like to express my sincerest apologies for today's incident. I cannot make decisions on their behalf, but I will take responsibility for my group. It is an undeniable fact one of my men hit you, and I'm deeply sorry for it. You're a businessman from faraway Colombia, yeah? The high-end Piazza Parasotta you've invested in is about to open in the city. I think you chose the city for a good reason. Its potential, order, and future cultural atmosphere. Now, I'm not trying to excuse this unfortunate misunderstanding between your party and mine, but I'd like to offer something valuable in exchange for your forgiveness. A performance. We, the Schwarzenegger Orchestra, will provide a free and exclusive performance for the Piazza Parasotta's opening ceremony.
Exclusive, you say?
Yeah. Give us a time and we'll be there, performing a complete lineup of classical pieces of theater-grade quality, lighting and stage control included. The conductor will be me, daughter of Paola Meminger. I will not fall short of her standards, for she personally trained me, and I am her pride. Even if you are not satisfied with our performance, you'll gain some buzz from the public either way, and won't take a loss, even if you decide not to hire us again. But if you find us valuable, then I imagine you'd love to make Piazza Parasotta the very first high-end shopping mall with a resident orchestra. Of course, all this is to me make one thing clear.
This city only has a single orchestra worth investing in, and that's us.
You know, boss, this sounds pretty good. It does seem like a good deal.
Hold up, how about figuring out who's actually in the wrong?
Well, this young lady has already taken the blame, so what else is there to discuss? It's not like we meant to cause a ruckus.
What do you gentlemen think?
All right. You'll arrange everything that needs arranging, and we'll have your orchestra at the opening. However, we are a high-end mall after all. I do hope you won't disappoint.
Of course. Next to the Colombian businessmen, Timpani and Bassoon are still as statues. Only when the police officer waves them away do they both mutter something as if just jolted awake. Basil, you're the spitting image of Paolo back there.
No, even more. How do I put it? More Paolo than Paolo ever was.
I'm my mama's daughter, after all. I'm the Liaison manager of Schwarzenegger Orchestra. I like that she's got the wink. That's adorable. Do they have a is a water slide high end? I figured having like a what's a high end store in a mall? Black and Decker? No, that's like a drill store, isn't it? What's the one store in malls that had like fancy doodads? Brookstone? I think a high-end mall would have a Brookstone, yeah. Or like an Apple store or something, I don't know. In the dressing room backstage, Liesl is seated, surrounded by the joyful sound of her orchestra chatting. Next to her is a stack of slightly yellowed scores, Paolo's untitled quartet, with some edits noted in the corners. Meanwhile, Paolo's favorite composition has just won a standing ovation from the entire audience of the Colombians on the Colombians' magnificent stage. Liesl runs her hand over the slightly faded ink, then stands up to face the orchestra. Thank you all for staying. I know. These past few days have been difficult and stupid. But we held our concert, and we'll hold many more. By Paolo's will, in the name of the Schwarzenegger Orchestra. So, there's something I must tell you. On the day of the incident, I saw Paolo's murderer. I'll find him somehow, and the law will punish him. He wasn't a Lupo, so probably not a Bologna. Wait, is this not gonna be wrapped up in this event potentially? Is this feeding into another event? Okay, if so, that's a little interesting. Not how I would have taken this, but okay, that could be really interesting. It was a Caprine I saw. We still have one more thing to do, but still. Oh, here we go. This is really weird that it's not like, this might not wrap up, and if it doesn't wrap up, that's good for me. That means more Syracuse content in the future. But like, what? Ordine Nuovo. Last but certainly not least. Grazie infinite, signor Bologna. We got to get the Lupin, Horse Girl, and Trucker. That's true. And get, out of those three, I can't imagine any of them being a 6-star, though. Like, I could see Trucker being a 6-star, but she doesn't feel like the 6-star. I can't think of what, like, the 6-star would be unless it's, like, an alt. Which, I'm okay with if it's another alt, but, like, I don't know, like, what the big, like, what another 6-star for this would be. Unless it's a small event. The other two have been, like, big events, because they've been alters as well. I could see a small, maybe I could see a small event with, like, either Lupa or the Trucker as the 6-star. I was gonna say, yeah, like, if we were gonna get another alt, it would 100% be Vigil, just because Vigil is, gameplay-wise, a bit of a weak unit.
and also he is like a very main key character. And it could be that Vigil's going from, you know, Vigil, the young, like, Don / young man that's trying to learn his ways, into being, like, Vigil, the mayor. Can you see if the Zomboid server says I'm online? Yeah, sure. Give me 1 second. I need to... Control panel. Don't tell anyone my... thing. Do this. And then I gotta pull up my... What is the password for this? It is this. And then immediately copy something else so I don't have the password copied in my clipboard. Good. And then close this just so that doesn't appear on stream for some reason. Player management. It says you are. You are the only one online, so yeah, I can go ahead and do that. Restart server. Hey. The server is restarting right now, Harmonica, so good luck with that. Sorry for the issue. I wish you really, really good luck when you spawn in, Harmonica. Hold the direction during the loading screen or when it says, like, click to start. Hold the direction, you will start walking when you start moving. You probably already knew that. I learned that today because I was interested in seeing if it would work that way, just in case it ever happens, and it does. I don't know what the word for good luck is in Italian, but gambate. I would have been at such a loss had it not been for you and your familia. Oh my god, dude, yeah, you're right. I forgot. We've been seeing Mayor Bologna the entire time. Mayor Leontuza the entire time. I kind of forgot, like, I always forget that, yeah, this is what he looks like normally. Like, we were looking at him normally yesterday, too, and it's just like, it's been so long, man. I don't know if my character will be alive when I get on. I think so. Oh, I see what you mean, Harmonica. Oh. Good luck. Buona fortuna. Come now, Zioillo. I didn't do anything. Indeed. Your name and present were enough. My landlord dropping by as you were visiting me was enough to make him reconsider collecting his rent on the spot. After you left, he quickly agreed to give me 2 more weeks. That I'll figure out myself. I don't understand, Zioillo. Why are you... What happened to your fruit stand? Oh, that? Sold it long ago. My little Emma had a fever this summer, and who would have thought it would leave her paralyzed? Luckily, Dimitri introduced me to a good doctor. Said it was a serious yet common summer ailment for children, and she might lose her legs if it wasn't treated. So I sold my fruit stand and pulled cash from relatives to pay part of the doctor's fees. The rest is to be paid in installments. She's out of the woods now, at least. She has a slight limp, but she's otherwise healthy. As for the rent and bills, I'll figure it out. Wait, did this little girl with a slight limp grow up to become Timpani, who has a slight limp? We good. Nice. Good job, Harmonica. I'm glad that that would really stink to lose your character like that. Hey. Your stand was on the corner. Metri and I bought oranges from you when you were little. When we were little. We've been neighbors for years. I could have lent you some money and you wouldn't have had to. No, Signore Bellone. It's a vast sum. I wouldn't dare accept such a favor from you. Besides, your money wouldn't keep me afloat forever. I owe rent money every week. Every week? But now that I'm under Familia Bellone's protection, my landlord won't kick me out when I fail to pay. And even the bakery will send me some food on credit. But you never wanted to join the Familia. You always said there was no need for civilians to join or involve themselves in Familia affairs. That the most important thing was to work hard and live your best life. This old man was just naive. A Familia is more than fighting and killing. I finally understand that. Don't worry, Signor Bellone. I may be old, but I know not to be ungrateful. The Bellones have helped me. So if you ever need a favor in turn, just call me and I'll be there. They got him working at the winery now. That's the dude from the Saluzzo winery that Lupa was dealing with. You did this on purpose, didn't you, Metri? I asked you the other day why I haven't seen his fruit stand, and you told me he went home for a relative's funeral. You knew Emma was gravely ill. And when you suddenly invited me here for pizza the other day, you knew Zioilo would pass by and find me. Oh, I think I remember when I don't know if this is the same scene, but I do remember Leontuza being invited for pizza at one point. Good luck, Dolly. Good luck, good luck.
You handled it expertly, Leon.
Handled what? I played right into your hands. If I had known sooner...
You couldn't have done anything about it anyway. You couldn't have possibly known what sort of hardship he would face. Your assistance would have been limited.
But at least I could have prevented him from joining the Familia against his wills.
Only the Familia can help him now.
Is that so? I beg to differ. What did his facade cost him? And how long will it even last? He should have had access to more work opportunities, while we, Syracusa, should guarantee them a livelihood through systemic measures. Relying on the Familia won't address the root of the problem. Leontuzo is spitting right now, by the way!
I hope the lesson you've learned from this is not charity or consideration for others, Leon. You're the underboss. Someday you'll be the head of the Familia yourself. A competent Don knows offering timely help will earn you gratitude. They will owe you a favor and repay their debt someday.
You sound so heartless, Metri. Why did you even bother introducing a doctor to Zioilo then? Shouldn't you have let me do it if you wanted me to learn to extract gratitude? You didn't know how ill Emma really was, and you didn't know he would have no choice but to sell the fruit stand. You just wanted to help him, and it had nothing to do with the Familia.
We can only do as much as we can, no? Besides, Aurelio's oranges were always the best. He clearly knows how to pick his suppliers.
This is a trivial matter. Compared to your available powers as the mayor. Please, bring that murderous mafioso who ruined my red wine championship to justice.
Senior Sadek, Dmitri, Ballone's trial is this afternoon, but for now he remains only a suspect.
But who else could it have been? He sees me as a competitor and is not above dirty tricks. I kept my wines safely stored in the cellar and even arranged for a professional security to guard them, only to somehow have them swapped with Saluzzo's. The prime suspect was arrested at the party, yet only placed under house arrest. And there have been plenty of people knocking on his door to visit, console, and even plot more nastiness. The whole city thinks him innocent, while Saluzzo Vino is raking in record profits. While I, poor old Radoslaw, have gained absolutely nothing after spending so much time and effort organizing an event here in the hopes of doing some business in this thriving new city.
I hate him so much.
As far as I know, the Red Wine has been publishing articles about this murder case, and this has brought a lot of attention to your event. I understand you've already begun recruiting participants for your next Red Wine Championship, and there are even more wine merchants from Colombia and Lithuania who have signaled an interest in participating.
Indeed, but I should be enjoying greater gains than just those. Now I'm left trying to minimize my massive losses.
Senior Sadek, we pledge to run the city fairly, according to the new Urban Management Act, but our government will not serve the interests of a lone businessman. Not you or anyone else.
Is that so? I hear you grew up with the Bologna boy, and now he's even taken your family name.
I am no longer affiliated with Familia Bologna in any way.
But he's a member, no? Part of the purest Syracusan familia. Even in his Byzantine costume, he's still most comfortable doing things mafia style.
You need to present proper evidence before we can hold a formal trial.
Of course we must follow due process, I'm aware.
Lavinia.
But my good mayor, I pray you don't forget...
Dude, actually, hold on. Ace Attorney?
Ace Attorney style event featuring Syracuse with Lavinia, aka Penance, as the judge? Huh?
But my good mayor, I pray you don't forget this. Since the new Urban Management Act, many business from Kazmir's, Lithuania, and Colombia have come here to trade. And we, or at least the merchants under the KGCC's banner, are only here in Nuovo Volsini and not in any other Syracusan city because you have promised us the Familia do not exist here.
Yeah, you could have Proviso as either the defending attorney or the prosecuting attorney. Yeah. And it's a Casimiran lawyer specifically, so it would fit with this case. How has there not been fan content on that yet after crossing? Someone's messing up, is all I know. The wine merchant leaves, but Leon Tuzu remains still for a long time. Baby girl. You seem exhausted. Did that wine merchant tie you up in his affairs again? Or is it Dimitri? He's convinced we won't have a fair trial and keeps bringing up his Chamber of Commerce to... keeps bringing up his Chamber of Commerce to pressure me. Saluzzo Vino has indeed established itself in Novo Volsini under Dimitri's management. But it remains a local enterprise, and it's hard to judge if it can compare it with the commercial capabilities of Zarek's Golden Prairie. I fear Sherek is hounding Dimitri not just because they're business competitors, or for that championship incident. Metri is merely an opportunity for Sherek and the Chamber of Commerce backing him. Most local merchants here do have ties to the Familiae, big or small. And if this background becomes valid grounds for accusations of wrongdoing, the local industry will come under pressure. But we do need those foreign capitalists to trade here. We have to learn their modern ways of trade. We need the capital and goods. Even the way they compete with each other is something we need to make our local business iterate and evolve to keep up. I'm aware of all of that. I love this so much. Shamare to fill in the role of Maya Fey. They're both purple. They're both purple too. It's all coming together, man. It's all coming together. Someone get on it. But Lavinia, our current situation is so far from what we originally envisioned. Yes, we planned for a city without the Familiae, run with fairness and justice, not favoring any particular party. But now Nuovo Volsini has become an open gate to Syracuse, completely defenseless, free for any outsider to enter, no matter their motives. The first group is, of course, the Casimirans, who exploit the loopholes in the new Urban Management Act. The exclusive shelf display agreement that Sherek and his fellow merchants include in their contracts has severely affected local industry. Yeah, Lavinia! The various logistics contracts have also, with high fines, have also driven our local truckers into a corner. Yes, Arena has informed me of their situation. It seems like the KGCC is trying to undermine our ASD. Also, other departments have given feedback on how they have been showing signs of wanting to involve themselves in the energy and healthcare sectors as well. According to last month's reports from City Hall, many businesses in the service industry have shuttered, while the manufacturing industry is also struggling. Foreign-backed companies and shops have set up here, and they prefer to employ those from their own countries, so it is likely the jump pool for locals will only shrink. It kind of is, but it has a lot more social issues, which are really appealing. The event's not over, but it's looking like Syracuse has a perfect track record at 3 out of 3 banger events, and high key. I can't say they keep getting better because honestly, ePortador de Velucci is objectively better than this event, but I do like that this event is smaller and it's more focused on one thing. But But Lapland carries E Portador de Velucci so much that I think it does overshadow it. Like, I'm comparing apples and oranges. I'm comparing Calvados and Chinotto here. That was an insane callback reference, by the way. I need someone to like give me praise for that because I feel really proud of that. But like, yeah, this is a good event. Dimitri, no, not as Larry. That would be so out of character for him, but it'd be kind of funny. Are you saying Leon Tuzo is Phoenix then? He is wearing the suit kind of nice right now. Despite the best efforts, prices are still trending upward. Our people are not doing so well. And it is the Casimirans and Colombians we must face, but also the Lithuanians who have come from all across Syracuse, and even from their own country with all manner of motives. That's true. Fun fact for people that forgot. Syracuse was once part of Lithuanian, and it split off from Lithuanian, forming one of the newest countries in the Arknights world, if I'm not mistaken. And so presumably Syracuse has a few Lithuanians left over in it. There's a big Lithuanian expat. I don't know if expat's the right word there, but there's a huge Lithuanian demo in Syracuse theoretically, which had to industrialize and complete against the entrenched mafias, monarchs, and dominators. I know! It's so good, Theron! Did the show Lavinia adopt a daughter? Who's Lavinia's adopted daughter? I have to update to number 2, Syracuse fan, because I don't know. I don't know if you're making a bit right now or not, though, Kiwi. Not even split off, broke off. Had to be forced to be removed from the song permeating Lithuanian life. Oh, that's right. I forgot the Lithuanians have the weird, like, music going along. Good. They march to the beat of their own drum, like jazz. The Lithuanians who have come from all across Syracuse, and even from their own country, with all manner of motives. Yes, and before them, the fairness and justice we seek remain necessary. I still believe in this. But if such a pursuit must be traded for the livelihood of our citizens, then those so-called virtues will only end up being superficial formalities. You're right. I've been mulling it over. Remember when I mentioned we might have to amend the new Urban Management Act? We've made a revision. Want to look? Leontuso takes a draft from Lavinia. 2 thin sheets of paper that should take no time to go through. But Leontuso flips through them multiple times before he finally looks up. Impose tariffs on foreign goods. Prevent foreign businesses from establishing a monopoly on key sectors like transportation, finance, and energy. Allow some factions with former familia ties access to lower management roles. Issue franchise permits to familia-controlled corporations. Is this not a bit overboard? I fear people may say we're regressing to the old Syracusan way, or that we're favoring the familia. I did propose change, but these amendments are difficult to accept. I understand your concerns, Leon. I know you, of all people, hope to keep the familia out of this city. But you still seek to counter foreign capitalists with familia power. Yeah, Leon, we all know Nuovo Vocini's government and our authority over the city were granted at Signor Celia's pleasure. But in Syracuse, as it stands now, the only force capable of uniting everyone is still the familia. But what we can do is limit and prevent the familia from growing their power, ensure they do not succumb to infighting, and most importantly, keep them from infringing on civilian interests. It's not an easy decision to make, truth be told. I think it's not the right time to submit this draft either. Most citizens enjoy the employment opportunities brought in by the foreign companies, as well as their cheap and trendy imported goods. Even if the KGCC's ways inconvenience them, compared to the trouble caused by the mob wars of the past, they will not think it much of a problem. Dude, Umi, this is so good! I said it earlier, Umi, but I really like
Syracuse. It's my favorite setting in Arknights, and we were saying that it feels like a little bit. It feels very Ace Attorney coded. It feels very it's very real because it's very as Farron had said earlier. It's very like it's not the Austrian wine poisoning Umi. I'm sorry that I got your hopes up on that. At the very least, I got my hopes up on that. I don't know about your hopes, but like it's a little bit less Austrian wine poisoning and more just like here are these systemic issues that are facing this country, this city, as it's trying to open itself up to the world. But like when in opening itself up to the world, there are these more modernized areas that are coming in with their big business strategies, pushing out the locals, which is not good for the overall sustainability and growth of the city and for like starting a culture. And so they have to like they're seeing like, do we need to like amend our laws in order to like keep our culture strong? And if in doing so, will amending those laws make us fall back into the old mafia-led, the familia-led ways, man? It's good. Yes, Umi, yes. Rubio's daughter? I forgot all about Rubio's daughter. Oh my god. Oh my god. Was Rubio's daughter ever mentioned in I Portatore dei Vellucci, actually? Lavinia did not get a lot of time in I Portatore dei Vellucci IMO. I kind of wish she got more. She is baby girl. She is like, she's Penance, right? But like, I feel like she had to have gotten at least one scene. I 100% forgot about her though. Wow. The Good-Faced Government guy who was trying to do stuff in the first series event. Yeah. I remember who Rubio is. Don't worry. I remember because I gave him like one of the most comical Italian impersonations I know, and he ended up being like the complex character that, you know, does a lot of things in the event. It's like, oh, this is in a way there's something about the most like the most sad small Italian man voice, you know, doing the things that he was saying about. But oh, I hope she's okay then. Silence spreads throughout the office. Leontusa knows Lavinia is right, because he used to harbor such plans in his mind. But it is not so easy to make the decision. I get what you're trying to say. But just as Sherek and the KGCC want this chance to put Metri on trial, we also need an opportunity to convince ourselves and this entire city. Yes. And this chance may well come soon. Ace Attorney, here we are! Courtroom lobby number 2, 9 a.m. The courtroom is packed. The afternoon trial, 2 p.m. The afternoon trial has clearly drawn a lot of attention. Sitting in the gallery are not only locals, but also the merchant, Xerix, Casimir and Partners, a Lithuanian orchestra, and even Colombian traders. All of their attention is fixated on one Dimitri Bologna in the defendant's dock. Oh my god, wait, actually, it actually is Ace Attorney now! Oh my god, wait! Editor, hold on. Will that work? Is that the word I'm looking for? Hold on. I am finding the background. I need the little, all I want was the little, like, stand. Yo, hold on. Open image in new tab. Save image as. Put it into downloads. Save. Find location. Right click over here. Add source. Image. Create new. Browse. Do that. It's this. We don't need it yet, but we're gonna set this up for in a hot second here. And then we hide it for now. Pretend that doesn't exist right now. Cue the blue badge. Another 1,000 years of the blue badger. In accordance with the new Urban Management Act, the Nuovo City Criminal Court will commence with the trial of the defendant, Dimitri Bologna, on charges of the murder of Paula Meminger, case number 01452. Court is now in session. It does work really, really well, if I can say so. Dude, this is like the perfect event to come out during our Ace Attorney hiatus. Just to be like, hey kids, don't forget, we're coming back to Ace Attorney next week. I call Tommaso Esposito to the witness stand. Are you the one who can call witnesses? That's not how Ace Attorney does it. I guess it depends on how the trial is going. I don't know enough about actual law. Signor Esposito, is it true you are the manager of Saluzzo Vino, in charge of the company's logistics? Yes. 2 weeks ago, one day before the Golden Prairie's Red Wine Championship, you called an individual by the name of Sam at the Agenzia per la Sicurezza dei Trasporti. You asked him to deliver 2 bottles of Saluzzo wine to the event venue. Technically this should be on for these guys, because they're technically witnesses right now, too. Yeah, I was very busy and completely forgot about sending some wines to the competition. Although I fortunately remembered to do so the day before. Suffering from success, as it were. When this Sam was delivering the goods via motorcycle, he came upon a crashed truck driven by an AST colleague, one Gianni. Gianni was on a Golden Prairie job at the time. Coincidentally, John just happened to be delivering goods specially prepared by Golden Prairie for the competition finals, and you just happened to be there as well. I like that she immediately called him by like a nickname here. I didn't know she was tight with him like that. Thank you. The coincidence isn't that unusual, just goes to show how everyone loves doing things last minute. As for me, I was making my way over to the event venue to ensure my boss's instructions were being carried out properly, so I tagged along. At the scene of the accident, you helped Sam get John to the ambulance, and you helped handle the aftermath. Notably, you took those Saluzzo wines and placed them into the Golden Prairie box, meant for the competition. The Golden Prairie guys said they'd find another driver, so I thought I'd save myself some trouble, since we were both delivering goods to the same destination. But you took the Golden Prairie wines out of their box. And so, the wines that appeared to the judges under the Golden Prairie name were in fact from Saluzzo Vino. Wait. Lapland is Saluzzo, right? Wait. Saluzzo Vino, Bologna. Wait, I need to untangle some wires in my head at some point. Let's let it play out real quick. That's their own carelessness. They only had to look at the labels on the bottles to avoid that mistake. Am I wrong, Your Honor? No further questions. Oh, okay. That's the bit I'm missing. That's the bit. It's kind of coming back to me. Thank you, Farron. Yes, Saluzzo. Lappy's dad went to jail. Oh, that could. Wait, hold on. Lapland's dad could be the 6-star. I don't think he should, but like, yeah, that's a good one actually. I forgot about that, and then she went to go gloat at his thing, and then yeah, you see Dimitri messing with it. Yeah. Okay. Thank you. That's the connection. This is so adorable, Kiwi. I'm gonna die. Oh, Luna comes there too. I don't think I have an emote in this Discord to represent like a cute arrow to the heart where you like die when you see something cute, but like imagine that reaction, Kiwi. Thank you for this. Baby girl. I call Letizia Moroni to the witness stand. Who? Signora Moroni, you work at the Nuovo Volsini Police Academy as a toxicology expert and forensic pathologist. Oh my god, it is Ace Attorney! You are responsible for the autopsy of the victim, Paula Meminger, as well as the testing of the utensils and wine in the case. Yes. Please inform the court of your findings. Yes, Your Honor.
The autopsy results showed Paolo Neminger died of cyanide poisoning. Traces of cyanide were found on the wine glass she used, but not inside the Saluzzo wine bottle. Oh. In other words, the murderer applied cyanide only to the glass, rather than the Saluzzo wine itself. I did like if you paid attention, and honestly, it's hard to like fully get on it. But earlier, when the thing happened, they were talking about how the wine was like leaving weird marks on the glass, and that's because it was treated with cyanide. But like in my head, I didn't think like they were doing that specifically to the glass. That could have just like if there was cyanide in the wine itself, you would think that like maybe that would happen. But like they did point out that like there was some tampering going on there. I can only say the current evidence supports that conclusion. Calling Liesel Meminger to the witness stand. The little Caprine steps out from the crowd of musicians around her and slowly but resolutely walks towards the witness stand. Signorina Meminger, is it true that you are a member of the Schwarzenorvang Orchestra and the adopted daughter of the deceased Paola Meminger? Yes. On the day of the Red Wine Championship, you went to the cellar where all the competition wines were stored for an inspection. Yes. While you were there, you brushed past someone who was neither a security guard nor a member of any participating winery. Yes. Did you see what this individual did in the cellar? I saw him picking up a glass. I don't know why I'm giving her the accent too. I got too Syracuse brained right there. Yosef Ruwak went in. It looks different, but it's just as good. Maybe better, but they're not. They're comparing. It's comparing Calvados and Chinotto. You can't do it necessarily. You know what I mean? Ooh. Farron, are you also an Ace Attorney character come to real life? That's good deduction. I saw him picking up a glass, but at the time I only thought it a random strange occurrence. No problems arose after he entered the cellar, so I assumed he was just a lost spectator. If I had known what he was doing, I would have stopped him, and Paolo wouldn't have... Leo's voice trembles slightly as her volume lowers gradually. She looks down, hunched over, but ultimately she straightens her back. My condolences. Did you get a clear look at his face? I only saw him for a moment. I saw his face, but couldn't make it out clearly. Do you think you might recognize him? No. He dressed very plainly. Thinking back, I believe he was maybe trying to trick the security guards, impersonating one of our orchestra members. I don't know who he was, but there is one thing I do know. He was definitely no Pero or Lupo you typically find in Syracuse. He had enormous caprine horns. Murmurs rise in the courtroom, like ripples from throwing a stone into water. Lavinia continues her questions, and Liesl recounts in detail what her orchestra members were doing at the time, establishing their alibis. But no one cares for her words at this point. Savolone didn't do it. I've been thinking it made no sense. He already won the championship after all. What would he get by killing the conductor? Hold on, this is reminding me of 12 Angry Men, and there's a 12 Angry Men reference that I saw the other day. Oh my god, I'm trying to think what it was. Frig, it was so good too. And no, Kiwi, before you even say anything, no, it was not that one. Oh my god, what was it? It was something along the lines of, dude, shoot. Dang it, I'm gonna find this like after stream and I'll link it and it won't hit as hard, but like dang it. Man, what was it? Nice, Umi. Umi, you're also an Ace Attorney character. He already won the championship after all. What do you get by killing the conductor? But what if there's something else we still don't know?
Also, couldn't you have just simply hired a Caprina to do the deed?
His men have sabotaged our wineries. He's been obviously after us, disrupting our perfectly legitimate business operations.
Because you had to do something in forensics, which I don't know what your life's about. So in my head, you are Emma from Emma Sky from Ace Attorney now. Silence. Order in the court. I call Elio Febri to the witness stand. Leon Tuzu is shocked to see his old acquaintance in court. He does not know why old Elio would be here. He was not even aware that Elio had come to Novo Vicini. Signor Fabri, is it true you are an employee of Saluzzo Vino and responsible for procuring grapes for the company's production line? Yes, Your Honor. 3 weeks ago, you reached out to Verdi Winery to discuss procuring raw materials for Saluzzo Vino. Oh, that's Lupa, that's Lupa. Even though Verdi Winery's business had been declining ever since Casimiran Winery set up shop, they always have the most aromatic grapes. Our company has a long-term cooperative agreement with Verdi to purchase any surplus materials their production lines cannot handle. The discussion was just part of my regular job. But during this meeting, you learned that Golden Prairie was about to buy out Verdi Winery. Oh, I've connected the dots. So yeah, the fact that it was the glass that was tainted and not the wine that was tainted, and the fact that, as you saw earlier, that they took Saluzzo wine. Oh my god, the dais is still here. But no, there was the part earlier about you called an individual, coincidentally just you happen to go that way. You helped Sam get Gian to the ambulance. You took those Saluzzo wines and placed them into the Golden Prairie box meant for the competition. So someone, he got set up. Someone was not trying to make Saluzzo Vino look bad. They were trying to make Golden Prairie look bad, and this caused the incident to happen. And the person that was trying to make them look bad, someone knew that Golden Prairie was going to buy out Verdi Winery, and so this is why they would make them look bad. This is why they would make them look bad. Sorry about that. Ooh. Just field classes in forensics is actually hella interesting. I know, right? I've never taken any, but I'm doing this right now. I'm playing Ace Attorney right now. I get it. You know, like cops because of my career and could qualify for blood splatter pathology without training. Dude, that's really neat. The fact that I didn't need training would get me investigated. When I was young and working, I was roped into helping training class with the instructor, and after enough time, I just memorized. That's super cool, actually. You guys want to start up like a detective company together? Actually, I've been like mulling around the back of my head. Ace Detective, Ace Windfall kind of works really well, and like we can transition you guys from being in like the blue service crew jumpsuits into being like into blue like secretary jumpsuits or whatever like detectives have as like a partner. You know what I mean? We'll workshop it. Yes. And so you conspired with Nicolo, a Verdi employee, to sabotage the winery's production facilities. Furthermore, you also sabotaged their water supply and drainage systems, causing Golden Prairie to incur substantial maintenance costs after the acquisition. Yes. Who's your best noir one-liner, Ace? So I was sitting there. No, that's not what the noir voice is. Hold on. Dame like that walks up to me. Cold, windy night. December 25th. It was Christmas. I don't know, something like that. I'm not good at doing stuff on the spot. I need to have motivation, man. And also, I can't. I'm Italian brain right now. I don't remember what noir voices sound like. Because low-key, I just want to go, see? You must be aware that these actions constitute unfair competition and violate the new Urban Management Act. What was your motive? Did the owner of Saluzzo Vino, Dimitri Bellone, compel you to do this? Did he intend to disrupt Golden Prairie's business operations? Ilya does not answer immediately. The Casimiran businessman in the gallery is silent, his expression now relaxed. Meanwhile, Leon Tusa fails to make out Dimitri's reaction from his calm demeanor in the defendant's dock. No one compelled me to do anything, Your Honor. Everything I did was on my own conscience, out of my concern as a Nuovo Volsinis, as a Syracusan. It's true Golden Prairie is a competitor of ours, and our rivalry means I know well the methods they use. They dump their goods here for cheap, pressuring our local wineries into a smaller corner of the market, and then acquire them when they turn unsustainable. But they don't run the businesses properly after buying them out, much less to preserve their unique winemaking traditions. They fire all the old staff to increase profit and efficiency, pretend to operate normally for a while, then shut it all down, leaving the vines to waste away. Where is the fourth? Before them, it was Triptych, Passady Hills, and Drizzle. All those wineries suffered the same treatment. That's how Kazimierz works. They don't care about the effort we put into tending our grapes, nor for our lives and the memories carried by the unique astringency in our traditional wines. All they want is to clear out their weaker competitors, one by one, until they monopolize all the shelves of every store. And we'll ultimately lose any choice in the products we buy. When that happens, I doubt their prices will stay as low as they are now. I like this event. Well said, but it does not justify your use of illegal means. I know what I've done once stopped the Casimirians from trampling all over our wine and other industries. But I had to do something. I'll accept whatever punishment I deserve. Murmurs from the gallery only grow louder and louder. Lavinia raises the gavel in her hand, but hesitates for a while before she puts it down without striking the block. Do you think this is Wolf Among Us? Who we throwing in the pit? Who we throwing in the pit, Kiwi? Your Honor, if you would allow me a few words. Speak. I believe the testimonies you've heard from the witnesses you summoned are sufficient to prove I have no connection to the murder of Paula Miminger. Do not throw my baloney into the pit. I'm throwing you in the pit after him if that happens. What was the substance in WoW again? What do you mean the substance in WoW? WoW, WAU, makes me think of Soma. And the WoW is the substance in Soma that you like stick your hand in as a save point. And then you stick your hand in to potentially kill at the end of it. Oh, Wolf Among Us. Oh, the substance in Wolf Among Us? Pixie dust? Oh. I feel like I should know. But Elio Fabri is indeed in my company's employ. I did not compel him myself, and he did not engage in activities deemed illegal by the new Urban Management Act, targeting Golden Prairie. I believe his reasons for doing so are perfectly understandable, not just to me, but to every Nuovo Volsinis sitting in the gallery right now. But a violation of the rules is a violation. I do not expect the court to make an exception for him. Though, as his boss, I'm willing to bear the punishment for his crime, be it a fine or a prison sentence. Dude, look at that smile he had. Oh my god. Is there an Among Us mod that makes them wolves? That would be sick. That would be sick. And also, it'd be a little surprising if it didn't exist. Not to shout out the furry community, but like, if the furry community is not at least putting wolf ears on their Among Us, I don't know what the hell they're doing, man. The murmurs are now so loud that even the gavel fails to silence the crowd. Reporters in the back rows leave to contact their newspapers. Lavinia announces the end of the trial, declaring the verdict to be given at a later date following jury deliberations. Amidst the chaos, Leon Tusa catches Dimitri looking at him. He watches as Dimitri raises his hand, puts his index and middle fingers together, and gently points them towards Leontuzo, then himself. You recognize the action, a unique gesture they have both used since they were little, to signal, "Get you later" for a chat. Leontuzo does not respond. Among a pose. I like Among a pose too, but no, it's definitely Among I took forensics as a class in flight school, so I think I know a little bit about linguistics. Thank you. Fungus, a fungus. Where's the mushroom themed Among Us? Yeah. Yeah, we confirmed with the team responsible for the Bologna estate that Elio Fabri did not visit Dimitri Bologna's residence following the murder of Paolo Memaja. We've not monitored any calls between them either. In other words, he just spoke of his own accord at the courthouse. That seems to be the case, as far as we can tell. Jury has yet to reach a verdict, so we can only continue to watch the Bologna estate and keep Signor Fabri in custody for now. I'd like to speak with him in private. By all means. Zioello. I didn't know you were in Nuovo Volsini.
Oh, I thought Signor Mayor and Judge Lavinia wouldn't have come across my name while scrutinizing every application from Bologna Associates.
I didn't notice. But why are you still with them? I thought... Oh, you're right, actually. They're not in court anymore, thank you. Well, maybe they should go back to court, man. After Padre's death, Familia Bologna lost all the power it had. You should have left then. I know you never liked doing things the mafioso way.
Leave? I lost my fruit stand. Ima's fever left her, with a lifelong need for medication, and I've been struggling.
Don Dimitri had invited me to join his winery and source grapes for him. I don't know how I would have survived. Nuovo Volsini provides job opportunities for everyone with the will to shape a future with their own hands. Is that so? Do you think small businesses can still survive under the Kazmiran's merchant's heel? But your acts of sabotage. The Familia used to do the same. The Familia's ways of doing things. They remind us, every citizen here, of our painful past. I do admit it was a shameful act. But fortunately, Judge Lavinia allowed me an opportunity to speak the truth in court. Lavinia was the one who arranged for you to be here. Yeah. Sometimes we have no choice but to only do as much as we can, no? You asked me why I was still working for Don Dimitri. It is because he still adheres to the old Familia creed. A pack of whelps grouping up to help each other can keep all of us from being devoured by a bigger beast. I heard your inauguration speech too. I could feel your passion. You asked how our neighbors' nations would view us. Would they see us as a new possibility? But now, I believe they do. They see us as a new avenue to exploit us for their own gain. Yeah, I work for the Dawn. But is it the Bologna businesses I care for and want to protect? No. It's our own industry. It's Don Dimitri who gave us this opportunity to unite and stand against the great merchants.
Congratulations on your not guilty verdict, Signor Bologna.
Oh, I thought you, of all people, would be most eager to see me behind bars.
Just a misunderstanding. The trial at court clearly proved your innocence, and the entire city knows of your magnanimity. Let's put all the twists and turns that happened during the championship behind us. It's undeniable that your winery took the crown. Saluzzo now holds the title of #1 winery in all Nuovo Vicini. Truly an enviable feat.
Thanks to you as well.
Surely you'll join the next iteration as well. Defending the crown would be a legendary achievement.
Perhaps. But as you say, Saluzzo Vino is now the #1 winery in the city. So, I'm afraid I no longer see the value in joining a so-called competition to increase the value of my products. Am I right?
Fair enough. But Elio Fabry damaging a winery's water systems under the ownership of Golden Prairie surely impacts you somehow. You said you'd pay his fine, or even serve his time. A noble gesture, but you don't necessarily have to follow through. A trivial matter like that isn't worth a public prosecution in the first place. No one would have noticed the incident had I not filed a lawsuit in the first place.
Senior Sarek, you can get straight to your point. What is your goal here? I don't think it's just to repair our working relationship with a tiny favor.
I do appreciate frankness. Regardless of our backgrounds, we're both positioned now, are we not? So, Signor Bologna, I'd like to discuss a deal with you. Let Golden Prairie invest in Saluzzo Vino. Our strong alliance will surely sweep the Syracusan markets. And if, or when the time comes, our business empire will eventually expand beyond Syracusa and Kazmires.
Is that so?
Indeed. I know you currently do not lack for capital or production tech, and you have your reputation here. But you must be aware of the Kazmira's General Chamber of Commerce behind me. If we work together, our resources, like our comprehensive supply and logistics channels and even media channels we have ties with, all of that would be available to you. Surely a young, upstanding man like yourself doesn't want to stop at a single winery that doesn't even bear your name.
He doesn't get it, man. He doesn't get it.
Have you never considered establishing a Bologna? No, a Dimitri commercial empire?
Intriguing. I didn't expect the trial's outcome to impact your company and judgment so much.
It did indeed leave its mark on my wine business, but Golden Prairie still retains its price advantage, and
I'm thinking the KGCC was the impetus behind this effort to discuss a cooperative relationship.
We're businessmen, Signor Bologna. We're naturally driven by the pursuit of maximum profit.
He's so comically evil.
Is it normal for us to set aside our preferences? It is normal for us to set aside our preferences when discussing a deal in our quest for the most beneficial result. As your employee said, this is how Kazmira's works.
He didn't say that in a good light, my man.
So think about it, young man. Don't be in such a rush to refuse me.
Refuse? Did you think I would do that?
Dude, is he gonna light this place on fire? Why does his E2 art have him lighting a place on fire? Okay. Leontuza arrives at Dimitri's residence late at night. Here we go. I knew the last scene had to be Bologna and had to be Dimitri and Leontuza, or like Leontuza, Dimitri, or Leontuza, Dimitri, and Lavinia together. It had to be. Like, that's how you end an event like this. And so, the rain that lasted all day is now reduced to a faint drizzle, gradually slowing to a stop. But his mood remains melancholic. Security guards from City Hall, who are still at the estate, lead him inside. He thought Dimitri would have come out to meet him, but he's mistaken. Dimitri is simply seated in a chair,
A seat decided by old familiar custom to be the Don's. Silently watching him. A dim light over his head obscures his expression. Leontuzo suddenly realizes it has been a long time since he's read any expression from Dimitri's face. How do you feel about the relationship between the two or the three? I've said this a lot, Kiwi, but I really like that it feels like I love it. I just love the three of them. I think they are a set of characters that like the art you posted, or like a lot of characters that I like in media. They are like the perfect doll characters in that like they're the perfect characters I want to like read like fanfic about. Like they're fairly clearly defined. They have a fairly clearly defined relationship between each other, and they all have goals, aspirations, viewpoints on the world. And my brisk assessment has always been that Leontuzo is your main character, and that Dimitri is kind of the devil on his shoulder, and Lavinia is more the angel on his shoulder. But they're more multifaceted and complex than just that, right? Pulling out the line again for the second day in a row. Farron. Good lord. Let me guess, I'm joining at the end of the stream again. You've got like 15 minutes, give or take. Maybe 20 depending, but like, you're just in time for some good stuff, Lulu. So welcome on in. Hi. Leontuzo suddenly realizes it's been a long time since he's read any expression from Dimitri's face. Here you are, after all. Yes, you asked me to come. I remember the gesture. Can we show the IPTV CG to Umi? If you remind me after this, yes. I'm gonna be honest, I don't remember what CG you're talking about, but I'll find it. I want to get a little nostalgia wave on me. I also would like to see the one of Penance and Volpe again, just because that's a really good one for me. Oh, it's lame. They got rid of the CG. You pay for that CG. Use it for as long as you can. Come on, man. A glass for each of us. I can mix a ginger fizz with apple juice you like as a base. The apples finally come back, man. Though it's hard to find traditionally pressed apple juice in Nuovo Vocini these days. Sure, it's been a while since you've had any. Fortunately, I found someone to help me acquire it. I'm sure you didn't call me here to reminisce about the old days. You can lower your guard. When I arrived here, I think I spotted Casimiran's car leaving. The boss of Golden Prairie. Zarek. What was he doing here? He wants to work with Saluzovina. I agreed.
What?
Why? Why? Is this not what you want people at City... Is this not what you people at City Hall want? Bringing in foreign capital will help local businesses to thrive and evolve. This is how businesses here and even across Syracuse will gain access to a wider market.
He's Silver Ash maxing right now.
Jirok was here as an agent of the KGCC, and they offered generous terms. I had no reason to refuse.
Casimiran businessmen aren't as nice as you might think.
You're worried for me.
You managed to gain the Saluzzo's assets with your particular methods, but this doesn't mean you'll see the same results with the Casimirans.
We can only try and see. Also, the City Hall will surely protect the interests of us local businesses. Yeah. I know an amendment to the new Urban Management Act sits on your desk. Just missing your signature.
How did you...
Just some of those so-called underhanded, familiar methods. We should always seek all the intelligence we can to make the most beneficial decisions. I believe I taught you all this long ago, when I was grooming you to be the Dawn. That amendment, just a draft. I might not even sign it. You're hesitating, I know. Just can't make up your mind. You fear that people will denounce you, and all your achievements will go to waste. That Nuova Volsini will return to the old familiar ways. Should I not be afraid? It's too easy going back to our familiar methods, while new sparks are so hard to start. All the familia outside the city are watching our every move. Give them one chance and we'll be torn to shreds, never to recover. But you have more to worry about than just the familia. Besides the Casimirian and Colombian businessmen who exploit loopholes in the act, there are also Lithuanians trying to expand their influence in the city. Did you know? I received some surprising news just before the competition. Someone was dispatched here from the Lithuanian border for the sole purpose of dispatching the exiled dissident, Paula Miminger. Ah. It wasn't even for the, it wasn't even for Golden Prairie. They just wanted to kill her. Alright. Lithuanians' eternal grace forbids anyone from deviating from their movement, even outside Lithuanian territory. And you use this to your advantage. I didn't fan the flames. I simply let it be. Fortunately, things turned out well. And you also have a chance to amend the act. Is this not what City Hall has been waiting for? This whole time? I believe Lavinia arranged the trial. Just for that. I do intend to limit foreign capital here, but that does not mean... Who else can you even rely on if not us local businessmen? Regardless of whether or not we have familiar backgrounds, we are all at least complying with your city's rules. We can act as your insurance. Inti promises mean nothing to me. I know you're skeptical of the familiar, but you should understand we started off as nothing but a band of whelps, powerless against the barons and chaos of Syracuse. We helped those around us, and hope that one day, and hope that the day might come when we could win something in return to improve our lives. We Syracusans take care of our own. It's our tradition, and what I've always done. So, after the Don's death, after you left, I took the Bologna's reign. Because I cannot let the Familia lose their home. Just as you cannot let Syracusans lose ground to foreigners from Casimiras, Lithuania, and Colombia. Or am I wrong? You'll do great things, Leon. One day, you'll actually be able to realize your dreams in Syracuse. I've always believed this. I heard this from you before, Metri. I guess it's Mitri, like Dimitri. I don't know why I thought it was Metri. I said back then you could be my right-hand man. The offer remains, even now. A city hall. No, grazie. I really don't get along with Lavinia. The dynamic of the three of them is so perfect. And, as you said before, there are things better suited for hers. And others only I can handle. The dynamic is insane. Just like right now. Some matters are for City Hall to carry out, while others are better for us to do. Your ideals alone cannot keep Noble Vicini alive. The city needs and must have the support of the old familia. You sound so certain. You met Signora Celia. I'm sure you know, well, just how happy she is to meet young people with ideas. Your established rules will keep the Familia and Noble Vicini from running amok, while my ways will gather all the power and spirit of Syracuse. This will become a new guns and order for the city, Leontuso.
There it is.
As Leontuso leaves, Dimitri extends a hand toward him. A signal of cooperation. Leontuso hesitates for a moment, before stretching out a hand himself. They used to be close. No strangers to sharing hugs or laughter. But this formal handshake now is the first between them. After the conclusion of their handshake, Dimitri returns to his chair. Then, just like Leontuso's father, and every Syracusan Don, he disappears into the darkness. Please have an effect where this light goes out and it...
Oh, they could have had a cool effect there. Come on now.
Wait, that's not it. The rain is no more. The sky is surprisingly clear and tranquil. On that amendment, are you really okay with it, Lavinia? We used to want for a Syracuse without even a trace of the Familia. I spent more than a decade under the Bologna shadow, Leon. I don't mind waiting a little longer. Then the same goes for me.
Oh, okay. I guess that's just the little reiteration at the end. What an event! Love these wolves, man. Love these wolves. Holy hell. Wait, there's only one day left? Shoot. I gotta burn a lot of points to get the last little bits here. And potentially these, but mostly just these two. Mostly just this, honestly. Actually, I don't even need these two. Whatever. Either way, Sir Screw, congrats. We beat Crossing. Another of a fine collection of Syracusan events before it. I believe it's these two. Nope. These two. Nope, it's this one. Nope. Is it up here? It is these two. It's these two. I thought it would be at the bottom for some reason. Unlock all the stories in Crossing for Confluence. Little great vineyard action here. And then a little gambling action for during the Crossing event, attain the outfit Charm of the Tiles. This is more for Kestrel though, that's why it's gambling themed. Where did the wolf cross the road? Guns in order. Also, hold on. What was the taxi? Yeah, to hail a taxi. I like that. The collection? Not the collection. Curated gallery? No. Fat semblance. Search here. How do I do memories? What? Oh wait. Do you go from here? Set as code this was. Go to the. Okay, yeah. Memories. There it is. That's Leontuso driving his car before he gets hit and gets put into the hospital for the entirety of this event, which is insane. This is the aftermath of his car getting hit and then getting put into the hospital. That's Lapland showing insane aura as she's finally coming back. I guess not coming back. She's coming to New Vicini for the first time while in her taxi that she stole, and then eventually leads to her giving Gambino and Capone a taxi company of their own. By the way, she was away from it because she was chasing down known wolf spirit Zaro,
who was formerly under the command of the Bolognes, or more actively the Bolognes were under the command of him. How do I see the other version of this? Or is, no, are these the two, really? Oh, because it is the same taxi and everything. Which, by the way, this is so insanely cool. This is so cool. That's her, and that's Zara. This is the Burning Wolf. That, it was supposed to be a parade float, but it got burnt. Is this the one you're talking about? Oh, I forgot about this one entirely. Even if he's a traitor to the Bologna family, I won't use such despicable methods against him. Like you, I want to know the truth. I forgot about this one entirely. Damn, look at that. That was a little hideout thing. He's got his little things. The wine, the wine. This is the one. This is the one that I was talking about, though, because this is like, that's baby girl and that's mom right there, and then they do, for some reason this CG exists, which is insane. This is my boy, Figurino. I love Figurino. He's the little baby boy. That's his Nono right there, his grandpapa, who is a member of the game of hide and seek chess tag you're it Among Us that they're playing, and he has to grapple with the fact that his Nono is part of the grander game and also is working with the Familia, and he has to like navigate this entire world. Heroes, of course. Who the hell is this guy? I forget who this is. This is like a different mafioso Don that I believe that Volpe worked for. You see him in a car at one point. More importantly, he's got his like son-in-law, who is not actually a Lupo. He's not actually a wolf. He's actually a dog from Bolivar, and was really cool. And honestly, it's really messed up because I 100% saw him because he's got the same like chin scruff that I do, and I was like, that's me. And as expected, the character that's me turns out to be evil. That's Lapland's dad? That doesn't seem like Lapland's dad. That's wrong. I think you're incorrect, you. That's not Lapland's dad. Lapland's dad looks different. I'm like 99,000% sure. This event had so many CGs. Oh my god. Because that's the Patriot. That's him. That's not Lapland's dad, right? Yeah, Venezia. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you. I thought I was going insane. Dude, my god. How many? Dude. Sometimes events have CGs, man. God damn. Yeah, this is Venezia. That's Venezia's son. That's Mama Fox. This is Crown Slayer, noted jobber from the very first part of Arknights, learning to live as a trucker because her adopted mother or aunt or some other relationship with her was part of the game. And she saw Project Red, who is also part of the game, kill her mother, and so she was just lost and got beaten up by Project Red, and then she just found the way here. This is, of course, Texas and Lapland having a moment. This is all the Beast Lords coming to the city for some reason, which is really funny, actually. This is more of the Beast Lords zoomed out, showing them in the parade, because I think the parade is like... Because the parade is about the Beast Lords inherently, that the Beast Lords come here. This is Leon Tuzo finally waking up in the hospital, and you get the back shot of Bologna. And like the two of them like meeting up, and you see like, I like the little detail of the blood. I feel like it should be bloody necessarily. Like, I don't know about that, but like this is a really good shot for Leon Tuzo. Not his strongest one in the event, but it's a really good one for him. This is of course Lapland coming in for the Carnival. Lapland coming in for the Carnival, which it was such an insane buildup. Because like in Il Circusano, Texas got her alter form immediately when she stepped into the city. In I Portador dei Velucci, they build up because this is a dress that was tailor-made for her by Figurino. And so like you get to see it like getting made effectively, and then she steals it, kind of, sort of, at the end. Not steals it necessarily. That's Irene from earlier we saw, and Crown Slayer, the Truckers Union, about to clash with some of the mass people. I forget what that plotline was fully about. This is Project Red, who is part of the game, about to end the life of the old tailor, who is also part of the game with the Beast Lords. This is Volpe, doing Volpe things. I think she's killing the person who set the bomb, aka the person that was literally me for real. This is her finally confronting the man that set the bomb that caused her daughter to get Originium. These are the girls from the Truckers Union. with the cool little shot here. She later would go on to save my life in a using a same truck on a frozen Ursus lake, and I can't wait to see more about that in circa a month's time. That's Don Venezia driving away. He seemed like a really cool character. I want to see more about him. This is of course good. This is just good. It's not the best one though, because obviously the best one is here into. Oh, and then this is like Leontuzo's big like moment. I feel like Leontuzo kind of got shafted for CGs in this event, because like Leontuzo gets, this is a great shot for Leontuzo, by the way. This is like insanely good shot for him. This is him getting inaugurated as mayor effectively, or winning the vote for mayor, something along those lines. Back alley deal here, by the way. Oh, this one's really good too. Ha, that was really good too. Oh, wait, we somehow crossed over into crossing? I didn't know it worked like that. That's crazy, actually. I was like, wait, hold on, wait, what the hell? Harmonica. He probably took shrapnel and was split in the chest from the airbag. Oh yeah, Leontuzo. But I mean, like, what I was talking about, Theron, was specifically, because this is like a couple days later, so the fact that he's still bleeding. I don't know. I assumed that like the doctors would change to the bandages. I guess that makes sense that the shirt would be bloody, but I'm just like, come on, man. But like, I'm okay with it because it adds character, and I'm nitpicking literally for no reason whatsoever. Sometimes a man just wants a nitpick, which is a negative trait of mine. I apologize. Not necessarily to you, but just to like anyone else in chat who's ever been like, Ace is just like saying stuff sometimes, and it's true. My bad. Only had 2 CGs. Oh, so hold on, I need to scroll up again, because I definitely went on a little tangent there. The same dog boy got split open chest to... Oh my god. Yes, that is true. He had a deserved death. Good job, Volpe. Directly above the hangar in the Zomboid server, I dropped off some things, cleared a few dead plants, and realized I need to go back into town and search for sandbags so I can make a mortar and pestle. Good luck, Dolly. I feel like if you're looking for... Search for sandbags so I can make a mortar and pestle, I feel like you don't... Aww. I don't know how to make a mortar and pestle, so I actually can't offer you any advice, but good luck, Dolly. Beastars are here for their bicentennial conference about what humanity is up to unscheduled. Actually, though, Lapland should theoretically be scheduling that right now, because that's what she kind of does at the very, very end of... Sort of, kind of. That's at the end of her operator record, that she, like, is like, okay, we gotta go meet with more Beast Lords. And me, the Queen of the Beasts, will, like, help facilitate this. Lapland, man. I said this during Benny's Arknights March Madness, but Lapland has become one of my favorite characters in the game. New / returning operator might be able to claw it back, but like, Lapland has a character arc. Man. It's so good. It's like insanely good. Lapland's also manipulating everything in order to mess with her dad and prove her days to the pack. I know, it's so good. She's a self-made woman. I like that, yeah. Even gets the Miss Christine seal of approval. Wait, what's... Oh, I have the thing. Thank you, Lies. Aha. Found a way to transport obscene amounts of clean water from wells to base. Nice! Did you somehow, like, load up a truck with a bunch of, like water barrels or something? Let me know while I wrap up right now. Sir Screw. We did it. I already said it like 5 times, but like this event is great. I love Syracusa. I lied, by the way. We're not wrapping up yet. We need to do this first. Easy. The instrument. Even now, as he blends drinks in his private bar in Nuovo Volsini, Dimitri occasionally thinks back to the last time they were gathered around the dinner table of Bologna's house. He had met with his informant in the Familia Rosati earlier that day and returned home to see the dinner table already set up. It was not a particularly special day, but it was a rare one. Leon was back from the Ministro dei Lavori Pubblici, and both Bernardo and Lavinia were home. Such occasions had become hard to come by. He sat down in his usual seat and began to talk about the information he had gleaned. But Bernardo took a glance at the look on Lavinia's face and interrupted him. He knew that Lavinia, unlike the other Familia-backed judges, had her own ideas about the mafiosi of Syracuse, but assumed the day would eventually come when she truly became a part of Bologna. That Bernardo only meant that now was not the time. He decided to give his report later that night. The information gathering operation had been Dimitri's own idea. Bernardo had been giving him fewer orders recently, allowing him to act on his own judgment most of the time. The Familia were stirring as the new city neared completion, and he felt the need to be aware of their movements. It was his duty as the advisor to the Bolognes, after all. He would prove to Bernardo that he was worthy to carry the Familia's future. He carved the stewed meat with his knife and served the soup for the others. The heavy atmosphere brought about by his news of Rosati's movements had dissipated. Leon was chatting excitedly about what he saw at the Ministro dei Lavori Pubblici, with the occasional comment by Lavinia. Bernardo said little, but nodded from time to time. The Ministro dei Lavori Pubblici has long been closely watched by the Familiae, and those experiences were of no doubt mixed with bloodshed and violence. Yet Leon's words seemed to carry hope and expectation, as though they were heralding a brand new future that was completely different from the past. Dimitri thought his words were naive. Not that there was anything wrong with naivete, of course. The phrasing of that just makes me think of Seinfeld. Shoot. It was only natural that the future Don should expand his horizons, so that when the time came to take over, he would have the vision to see the big picture and choose the best course of action. He would have to understand and take care of all the Familia's members and ensure Bologna's continued prosperity. Though Leon's path had deviated somewhat from his expectations, Dimitri had believed that he would groom Leon into the perfect Don, at which point he and his knife would become the Don's perfect tools. Thinking back now, perhaps he was the truly naive one. Dimitri cuts the ice cube into a sphere with his knife and places it into the glass. This knife has been with him for so many years and remains a useful instrument to this day. He is much the same. Cinema. Cinema. I love it. Love these crazy wolves, man. Love these crazy wolves. Go to the well, place down an amphora, fill the amphora. Once it's full, pick it up. Mike. Wait. So I know when you carry something heavy, your character will start to lose health. Because I picked up a generator and I could not carry it back to the base because I was like, I would die before I got there. And my car does not fit the generator. Does it not matter how over the limit you are, though? Because that's really funny. That, like, me carrying something 40 pounds and you carrying something 320 pounds is the same, like, encumbrance difference. You won't die from over encumbrance. Ooh, I forgot about that. I thought you could still die from it, so I was like, oh my god, I could have just carried the thing and then just drove all the way back. Oh my god, I forgot. Hopefully someone picked up this generator marked on the map earlier today then. Zomboid's Rain RNG. Rain cannot be this rare in the Midwest. It is the summer. It is the summer, Dolly. But yeah, there's probably some Rain RNG going on that we might be getting shafted on a little bit. Don't know. We also got shafted on. It should have been 14 to 30 days for the power shut off, and like 0 to 30 days for the water. So the fact that they both happened immediately feels really bugged, and it feels like that's not the first time that's happened to me. And I don't know if the other time I'm thinking of was also a server thing, or if it was me playing on my own and it just happened at 14 days. But like, you know what I mean? Sending it Bologna's module, but I'm very much bottlenecked by mod chips for building every other dang module. It's real. I also don't. I'm not a triple S farmer. I don't know if you are, Farron, but like, I don't do my triple S due diligence. I need to do my Annihilation due diligence. I was saying this earlier. I forgot that the thing reset this week, so I gotta get back on that. But like, I've never, and it's probably not hard, but I didn't do it. Luckily, I'm a lot more what's the word? I can be a lot more picky and a lot more blasé and a lot more uncaring for a lot of characters. Like, I should probably get monsters, actually. I'm actually surprised I don't have monsters. Kind of crazy. I guess I use monster mostly as a healer, not... I don't usually use monster as a killer, so... I don't use monster a lot anyway. I've been using the Syracuse squad a lot, which is part of the reason why as well. But yeah, moduling is like one of the hardest things in the game, I've been told, for later game accounts, just because everything is hard. Should probably water the singular potato seed I planted. If you gotta care for it, Dolly. It's the love and care that will make that potato seed like a high quality product. Don't forget about that. Hold on, catching up. Bigger thing though is you can put generators in cars by opening the door from the outside and placing it in. Wait, what? So these can hold a singular item no matter the weight, but only that item if it's over their weight. Wait, what? I know you can like put things in cars, but like, what? Oh my god, I'm taking a lot of L's today right now. I'm taking a lot of Zomboid L's that I did not know. Oh man. Triple S is more fun for me than Annihilation. I know. You've been like, at least in this chat, you've been one of Triple S's like biggest proponents for a long time with Syria. And like, I think it's just because I'm not a big fan of deck builders, I guess. Like, thinking about it in a way, Triple S and IS are like, these are roguelikes. Like, every time I see a new indie game, it's like either doing this, which is like, I guess this is like Slay the Spire, or it's doing this, which is like, I don't know, Balatro or something. That's a grand oversimplification for the bit, but like, you know, you've got Gone with the Wind, and you've got The Naked Gun. It wasn't Gone with the Wind. What was it? Pride and Prejudice. It wasn't Pride and Prejudice. It was you got the two. You know what I mean. You've got waffles, Egos. You got caviar, spaghetti. Just breaking it now the more I talk about it. It's getting late and I have a doctor's appointment tomorrow, so I'm heading off. Have a good night, everyone. Thank you for the stream. Thank you for popping in, Umi. I hope you enjoyed it. Have fun at the doctor's appointment as much as you can. And don't worry, we should also be leaving soon, but I'm bad. My bad. Method is really dang good, but you already have a DPS, so S2 is also really good and worth using a lot. Is S2 better than S1, you think? It also probably depends on like what I'm using them for. I like to use auto skills a lot because I'm lazy, and this is just more like general, whereas this is probably more bursty. Is typically my idea, and I like to just set it at the more general one, but yeah. I'm not a proponent, it's fine. I mean, fair. Thank you for the correction. I don't want to say that you're like a big shooter for it then. I didn't know. All I know is that I think it's one of the few people I know that has ever like been like, yeah, Triple S is like, not that people say it's bad necessarily. It feels more like ambivalent than anything when it comes to Triple S. Still, it doesn't matter. Cue the Calvin Dad meme. Yeah, do you guys like menus or parkour? That's a good one, Kiwi. Citizen Kane, it was Citizen Kane, it was Citizen Kane. I say Gone with the Wind. RA is underrated. Everyone says that. I forgot about RA in this entire thing. RA is also a in the roguelike indie genre thing. Slay the Spire is it a Slay the Spire or a Balatro? Oh my god. Oh my god. What is? And then you have to have the exception that's like, so and so may look like a Slay the Spire because it may look like a Balatro because you're building a deck, but actually because of the choices in it, it's actually a Slay the Spire or whatever, right? Parkour is one of the sports mini games. It is. I definitely have a lot of it is also like the horrible implementation of the first RA, right? So there's still a bit of that for me. And like it has a lot of it. RA is like a board game where you have a lot of upfront investment, but then after you're past the upfront investment, it probably gets really good. And like I'm just not at the point where I care enough about it to like get past the upfront investment, even though it's locking behind like I think I have the unit. I just got the skin, so I imagine I do. Nope, don't have her actually. I do not have Kestrel. Should probably do that at some point, huh? It's locking Kestrel and it's locking Caper's swimsuit skin. Whoops. Okay, I digress though. So true. Let's actually wrap. Apologies, cut off any stuff, but it's super late and I need to go to bed. I don't have a doctor's appointment in the morning, luckily, but I should not ruin my sleep schedule any more than it already kind of is. So, Cersei, thank you guys for coming out tonight. I hope you enjoyed it. I gotta do the rest of the spiel. I don't know why I'm starting that part up early, but like, thank you guys for coming out tonight. Zvint is good. Syracuse keeps taking these W's. Insert man holding a lot of limes. I can't hold all these limes, but it's Lapland, and it's just a bunch of Syracuse events, and she says I can't hold all these W's, right? But more importantly, someone needs to go out there and make that Ace Attorney edit that I was talking about. That's the more important meme that you guys should be making here. But also, Service Crew. It's going to be for us tonight, but we're not done for the week. We're going to be back on Thursday with some Project Zomboid multiplayer server. If you don't know, there is a multiplayer server going on in the Discord right now. Some people might even be playing it right now. And I will be playing it tomorrow off stream. But we'll be back on Thursday on stream playing some more of it. It's very, very cool. If you like Zomboid, check it out. It's very fun. It's community building. It's Zomboid. It's dark cozy. It's peak dark cozy, man. And so I can't stress enough. Go check that out and go have fun with that. And come back on Thursday to see more of it. Or come back on Sunday, because if I'm not mistaken, we're gonna have a schedule for you guys on Saturday. But if I'm not mistaken, I think we're gonna be back with Ace Attorney on Sunday. It's back, which is fitting for what just happened at this event. So sure, to wrap, they might be ending. Let me look. They're probably going to be going for a little bit longer. I'm sending you guys over to Canadia, who is together with Ken. They are also reading this event. They are, I believe, at the final thing that we were just reading. So they are probably also going to be wrapping up soon, but you know, I like them. I like the event. I'm going to send you guys that way anyway. So go check them out. Let's see here. Get this bad boy up. Start that raid up. Perfecto. And perfecto. Now then, with that, Service Crew, I know nothing else, so thank you guys for watching. I hope you enjoyed it, and I hope to catch you next time. Peace out, everyone. And see you there in 3, 2, 1. Go say hi. And have a good